Que ton esprit nous accompagne et nous
May your spirit guide us and guide us as we work for the best benefits of our people and for justice and peace in our territory and for constant recognition of the dignity and the aspirations of those we serve. Thank you.
Déclaration des ministres.
Education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to focus on one of the successes that has come from the Education Renewal and Innovation Framework. The Northern Distance Learning Program, otherwise known as NDL, is a way to offer high-level academic courses to high school students in small communities to help prepare them for post-secondary. By the upcoming 2021 school year, this program will be available to students in up to 20 small communities across the territory. Northern Distance Learning began at East 3 School in Inuvik under the leadership of the Beaufort Delta Divisional Education Council. The program proved that when students had opportunities to interact with each other, had access to in-class support staff, and had dedicated, knowledgeable teachers, they were able to be successful, whether sitting beside each other in the same classroom or separated by hundreds of miles. There are currently 75 high school students in grades 10, 11, and 12 from small communities enrolled in Northern Distance Learning, taking academic -1 courses in mathematics, science, English language arts, social studies, and art. Mr. Speaker, the course completion rate for traditional correspondence courses is just 30%. However, the completion rate for Northern Distance Learning courses is approximately 75%. This is a game changer, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago in Ulahuktuk, for the first time in the community's history, 3 students graduated in their community with the courses they needed to advance directly to university. This was a historic moment for the community, and it was made possible by a combination of Northern Distance Learning and a lot of hard work by those dedicated graduates. The expansion of the program into the South Slave allowed Lainey Bolio, a student from Fort Resolution, to stay in her community and complete the courses she needed to get into Western University in Ontario, where she is currently studying medicine. Marie Lenny, a current Northern Distance Learning student from Delaney, voiced her support for the program in an online video made for one of her NDL classes. Quote, "The experience so far is great," she said. "I'm learning new things every day and succeeding in getting quality education without the need to move somewhere else for schooling. I highly recommend NDL for other Indigenous students who want a better education," end quote. In addition to creating new learning opportunities, Northern Distance Learning is now also being used to allow parents in small communities to attend parent-teacher conferences with teachers in Inuvik. The first conference was held this past December and connected parents, teachers, and in-class support staff spread across different communities. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to celebrate Northern Distance Learning's first ever post-secondary bridging experience that was held this past October with a group of 12 NDL students. The Northern Youth Abroad program organized and supervised a trip to Calgary to help students get a better sense of what to expect in a post-secondary setting outside of the Northwest Territories. Students visited the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology and Mount Royal University and took part in workshops and activities that will help prepare them for the transition to post-secondary life. Acacia Hardesty Norwegian from Fort Simpson commented, quote, "I really like the planning part because there's not much help in small communities. When they do help, they do not have as much info as what we got on the trip. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It helped raise my awareness and confidence going into post-secondary," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled to share that on November 22nd, 2019, Acacia was accepted into the University of Alberta in the Combined Kinesiology Education Program for September 2020. Others are looking at post-secondary options across Canada in psychology, architecture, justice studies, veterinary medicine, and recreation management. Mr. Speaker, we all know that we have to do a better job of delivering equitable education across the territory, and Northern Distance Learning is helping us level the playing field by giving students in small communities opportunities that did not exist only a few short years ago. The data and the individual experiences show us that this program is working. We still have a long way to go, and the achievements of Northern Distance Learning students are proof that we can and will continue to improve educational outcomes across the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about an experience I recently had. I left the legislative building after a very busy week. I decided I would see if I could drop in at the Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation Healing Camp located behind the Yellowknife Field House. As I began the walk, I came to the bridge. There were the teepees and the canvas tents. As I walked up to the canvas tent, I heard some voices and knocked on a door. There I was greeted by a familiar face, who was a counselor, and other camp staff who were all so welcoming. As I sat there, it brought me back to my childhood and to my happy place as a child, where everyone gathered together and everyone was happy. As I sat and talked with the staff, they told me what they did. They had their roles, as we did when we lived in there because they care. Little did I know that is exactly what I needed that day. No one asked me about my feelings. No one talked to me about why I was there. We just talked and laughed and provided, and before I left, they provided smudging. Although this is not my culture, they were very respectful to me that I could just watch. Mr. Speaker, this made me think about a time I went to a counselor in the hospital and an office that I had booked for myself. After I testified in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Inquiry, I thought that this is what you need to do to debrief after an emotional, stressful situation, because this is what I learned in school for my career, and this is what I told people to do in my past career. I feel now I was doing them a disservice. Not all the people in the N.W.T may benefit from one way of counseling, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you that I did not leave that counseling appointment feeling as good as the way I felt after I left the healing camp after just one visit. I actually left feeling worse that I opened up and I got nothing in return. The Arctic Indigenous Wellness Healing Camp fulfills a broad focus of counseling needs: grief and loss, anger, depression, family, relationship, emotional, spiritual needs, and anything that a client comes to them with. They provide breakfast to the homeless, but only until March 31st, because that's what they're only funded until by the City of Yellowknife, which is great. I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. A member seeking unanimous consent to conclude your statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you. This shows that we need a variety of ways to heal, and options like the Indigenous Wellness Foundation Healing Camp or similar options in all regions now. And we need to work to have this type of model in all communities, the same as we do counselors that work in the health system currently. Mr. Speaker, it reminded me of what the residents were telling me when I was campaigning. They wanted a local healing and aftercare support, not a building with Western-trained professionals, but our own traditional people who will support us, and nothing more than a tent and a teepee and Mother Nature as their office. They were the ones who elected me, and I will not forget them and forget what they told me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on September 29, 2019, 4 experienced fishers lost their lives in Great Slave Lake while they were making a living. I mention the words making a living because it seems that the fishers who provide a necessary food supply for N.W.T and our country are the most vulnerable workers there are, and we are not recognizing this. No one should be at risk while engaged in their livelihood. Certainly it is time to recognize this issue. The fishers have not been recovered, and families are left in grief. Extreme weather on the lake and seasonal changes prevented a recovery of those fishers and the vessel. In addition to bad weather, there were equipment and safety failures that also prevented this from happening. but also, more importantly, the lack of safety gear to help the fishers survive. What we can only assume was the capsizing of their vessel. Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard and Department of Fisheries and Oceans made their best efforts to try and recover the vessel, but it was impossible considering the weather and depth of water the boat was found in. We acknowledge their effort to assist the fishing families and the South Slave communities who aided the grieving families. Mr. Speaker, some of us watched the Discovery TV series The Deadliest Catch and are aware of the danger of fishing the waters of the Bering Strait. But we don't know is that this program illustrates that fishing is dangerous no matter where the fishing takes place. Great Slave Lake is a large, dangerous lake to the uninitiated. The fishermen take their lives in their hands daily when they work in the lake. There have been many tragedies and loss of life on Great Slave Lake over the years, and that is not changing. We need to ask why. Mr. Speaker, the International Labour Congress recognizes that fishing is a most challenging and hazardous occupation and identifies the failures to protect the fishing community through convention and regulations on work conditions are violation of basic human rights. We need to improve the safety of this work, and we have an obligation to our fishers. Mr. Speaker, the commercial fishing revitalization strategy, which was produced by ITI in the past Assembly, places heavy emphasis on the production and sales of fish, but very little or no emphasis on fish and safety. Are we willing to trade more lives to meet the production targets set by this strategy and this government? We need to address that. I'll have questions for the Minister of ITI later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I identified an important change to the N.W.T. Dental Auxiliaries Act that I would like to see the Minister of Health make to improve access to and delivery of oral health services for residents of the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, as the member for Cam Lake, I speak for my constituents. Every dollar spent by this government, whether in my constituency or across the N.W.T., impacts the cost of living for the people of Cam Lake. However, I also feel a responsibility to make decisions that are in the best interest of all residents of the Northwest Territories. In 2020, the Department of Health and Social Services will spend $500 million on health care for N.W.T. residents, and these costs continue to rise. One of the key factors driving the department's cost is that Health and Social Services is stuck in a reactive cycle of paying for emergency care rather than preventative care. Enabling dental hygienists to be self-initiated creates a more client-centered system. It allows dental hygiene services to make their way into less serviced areas, addressing a need that has long been recognized by other jurisdictions in Canada and is desperately needed in our remote communities. With this amendment, new dental hygiene practices can emerge in the less traditional settings. Dental hygienists could set up mobile practices to visit clients that are homebound or set up practices in community health centres. Over the last 5 years, government spending on dental extractions has cost Northerners $300,000 and over $1.1 million on medical travel. Improving access to dental hygiene services will reduce the need to provide costly emergency health services such as medical travel and day surgeries. With prevention, we can reduce the demands on our health system to treat diseases like diabetes, Alzheimer's, and cardiovascular disease caused by untreated oral health disease. I have spoken to dental hygienists in the N.W.T. who want the authority to be self-initiated. Mr. Speaker, repealing Section 6 of the Dental Auxiliaries Act would remove the requirement that dental hygienists operate under the direction and control of a dentist. I am willing to consider bringing forward a private member's bill to enact this change, but I am anticipating the Health Minister's full support of this change. It costs the government significantly less to make these small system changes to improve oral health outcomes throughout the territory than it does to continue to provide services using a model that is not responsive to the needs of the N.W.T. residents. This is an example of good government that places the needs of the public first, and I look forward to making this change with the Minister's support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of our conversations around fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or FASD, are centered around making sure mothers stop drinking during pregnancy. But in fact, there is much work to be done. The science has shown for years there is a causal relationship between FASD prevalence and fathers drinking. Putting all of the responsibility on the mother means we are not fully addressing the problem. We need to build up support around our mothers, not isolate them. The Foster Family Coalition of the N.W.T. has done great work flipping the narrative around, and I will table a report by them later today. But it isn't the end of the conversation around FASD awareness. There is much work to be done to prevent FASD and end the stigma for those living with it. National studies suggest that 4% of our population, or roughly 1,800 people, are living with FASD. These people need support and structure in childhood and throughout their entire lives. We need to ensure our frontline workers are sympathetic to the complex needs of these individuals. Not just our healthcare workers, but our teachers, our housing corp employees, and our general population. The most effective way to do this is through advocacy and continued conversations that break down stigma. I will stand in this House and continue to talk about FASD awareness for that reason, to break down stigma, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the N.W.T. relies on data from the rest of Canada, but I wonder how that information holds up to northern realities. We don't have any data on prevalent rates in the N.W.T., and so we can't know if we are successfully addressing this issue. It is difficult to advocate for an issue when we are only guessing at its scope, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, the Department released its Disability Action Plan, which indicated they would review existing data sources to validate the prevalence of risk factors and incidence of fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. But without northern data, I don't see how we could possibly achieve this. I believe it is important our department implement, at the very least, some basic research on prevalence. We've come a long way in the last couple of years, developing an adult FASD diagnostic clinic, and there is even training going on in Yellowknife right now on FASD and neurodiversity for social workers and caregivers aimed at improving client relationships. It's good work, but we have to keep going, Mr. Speaker. I would love to see more screening for those in the justice system, reduce wait times for youth diagnostic clinics, housing strategies, and stronger language in our department action plans around FASD. I hope we are on track to some of these things, but I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Our government continues to promote hydrocarbon development through a May 2018 strategy document. In fact, Cabinet wants to spend $1 million over 3 years to promote oil and gas development. One thing that has not changed in our post-devolution oil and gas regime is a cap on absolute liability for spills or accidents. This cap is found in the oil and gas spills and debris liability regulations that set absolute liability limits of between $10 and $40 million, depending on the location of the spill or debris caused by onshore oil and gas development. Mr. Speaker, that means that if you can't prove fault or negligence, the public pays for whatever disaster may be created. Such liability caps are definitely not a good idea, given the recent disaster in the Cameron Hills, where our government failed to ensure adequate financial security. In reviewing changes to the oil and gas legislation in August 2019, one of the recommendations from the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment was that there be, quote, a comprehensive review of oil and gas related regulation with express purpose to increase the cap for absolute liability, end of quote. There was never a response to that recommendation. The same caps were in place in federal legislation for the offshore for over 30 years. The Auditor General of Canada recommended in 2012 that the caps on the Canadian offshore be reviewed and removed. This was done in 2015 through the Energy Safety and Security Act, where the polluter pays principle is expressly incorporated, and there's now unlimited liability for at-fault operators and an absolute liability limit without proof of fault or negligence that's been significantly increased to $1 billion. Countries such as Norway and Greenland have no such liability caps. As a result of the Deepwater Horizon disaster in the Gulf of Mexico, it cost British Petroleum more than $90 billion in fines and settlements. Lost tourism revenues alone totaled more than $23 billion. Clearly, the liability caps set in N.W.T. regulations for oil and gas operations are not consistent with the polluter pays principle, other jurisdictions, and international experience. Why has Cabinet not changed to remove the liability caps in more than 5 years since devolution? I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obtaining licensed childcare is a significant problem in N.W.T communities and in Yellowknife as well. Parents face long waiting lists for space and the cost is through the roof. In fact, I know of families who get themselves onto waiting lists as soon as the pregnancy is confirmed. A large part of the problem is finding a building for childcare that meets building and fire code requirements. These are exacting standards to ensure our children are safe, and of course, I have no quarrel with putting safety first. The fact is, however, that it's next to impossible to find space for rent that meets these requirements. Renovating buildings to meet the code is expensive. There's often hazardous material abatement involved, as well as improved fire separation, walls and floors. Mr. Speaker, if there's no appropriate space for licensed childcare in Yellowknife available, what are the chances that there's appropriate space in regional centres or even in the smaller communities? This is a significant problem because 11 communities don't have established childcare spaces. One potential solution to this space crunch is to make childcare spaces available in schools when they are being renovated or rebuilt. I think this solution offers significant economies of scale, which will also reduce the costs of operating a childcare facility and ultimately savings for parents. To be clear, I don't want teachers or government employees to staff these childcare centres. That challenge would be taken up by a nonprofit or community group. My request is only for the space itself, and my specific request is that the government take an immediate and close look at providing childcare space at J.H. Sissons, because it is due to be rebuilt in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, the waiting lists for childcare in Yellowknife are very substantial, and they represent a significant barrier to recruiting staff into jobs, not only into government jobs, but private industry as well. People think long and hard about coming here because childcare is so unavailable and unaffordable. The bottom line here is that in order for N.W.T residents to access childcare, the government is going to have to lead in providing infrastructure. The cost of constructing or renovating buildings is beyond the reach of nonprofit budgets. Investing in childcare spaces in schools may be the answer. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my member statement today is directed to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, specifically with their hiring practices. As Indigenous peoples in our communities, we want our people who go out to get educated to come back to our communities. It's simply because they know the people, they live in the community, and they have families within our communities. They also volunteer with sport programs and volunteer for other functions such as carnivals and what have you. Especially with the minor hockey programs, we've got some that volunteer to that, and that minor hockey is going by the wayside. So we're really lucky to have people in our community that will take it on and keep it going. From a recent hiring practice, it's just like a slap in the face to our community when locals are not hired into prominent positions. The stipulation, there's a former renewable resource officer that states that one does not need the level of experience for a 3 position, stating that they need at least 5 years experience as they advertise. It's also a known fact that there are many in management in E&R who most likely don't qualify, but get hired through the process of it's who you know. I'm astounded the minister did not step up to the plate when called upon to keep the local hires in our community. I've been made aware of the hiring of an RR03 position who does not have the required 5-year experience as stated in the job ads, no experience running a snow machine, and total lack of bush skills. The 2 locals that applied for advancements were not considered for the positions. Instead, the department looked for faults in them, in those employees, and thus were not hired. I am appalled and disgusted with the minister and the department, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to recognize Rassi Nashaluk and Bessa Blondin from Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation. They're directors and elders there. Wilbert Cook, he's the executive director. And William Greenland, who's a traditional counselor there. And my husband, Joseph Kornagarski, who's here. And my daughter, I guess she stepped out. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to recognize some friends from the National Advisory Council on Poverty, who we met with this morning, Scott McCaffey, Sylvie Villou, and Arlene Hache. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Tunade Weldy.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize our 2 pages visiting from Tlutsaket today. Isabella Nadaway and Kelsey Lockhart, and their escort also with us is Rita Catholic. I'm not sure if she's in the gallery, but we say welcome, and you guys are doing a good job. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome my constituent, Bessa Blondin, and thank her for all the very great healing work she does in our community. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Diane stole my recognition, but I'd also like to recognize my constituent, Arlene Hache, and all the members of the Advisory Council on Poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we have missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to the chamber, and I hope you are enjoying our proceedings. It's always nice to have an audience with us today, or with us here. Thank you. Replies to the budget address. Day 7 of 7. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the Northwest Territories, and we do things a little differently up here. The way we live, work, and govern together is different than Southern Canada. It is a product of a different history. The fusion of traditional knowledge and innovative technologies means the history of our people and the sustainability of our land are at the forefront of decisions, and that each decision balances where we are going and how far we've come. The Northwest Territories is a land of remarkable beauty, with strong and resilient people. More than half of us are Indigenous and exercise constitutionally protected rights to land and resources through modern treaties that cover 70% of our territory. But regardless of ancestry or place of origin, all Northerners access the same public services, such as healthcare, education, and transportation. So we must all work together to ensure those services are efficient and effective. We share a vision of a self-sufficient Northwest Territories, one that is a role model for Canada. Without political parties, we put a high priority on collaboration, cooperation, and information sharing to make decisions together, both in the Legislative Assembly and with other governments, including Indigenous governments, at the regional and community level, municipal governments, and band councils providing municipal services. Our partnership approach to government is unique and evolving. It is far from perfect, and we have our growing pains, but we are a small enough population to know that respect and relationships are key to making it work. I believe we have a collective will to grow and evolve and to fairly share the benefits and responsibilities of governance at the community, regional and territorial level. We have a vision of our public and Indigenous governments working together to make decisions about the land and its resources. These decisions balance economic growth with environmental protection so that the land continues to sustain for future generations. I believe that the N.W.T has to show both leadership and humility and be willing to make the difficult concessions necessary to settle outstanding land claims, resources and self-government agreements in this generation, not the next. The settlement of land claims and a spirit of reconciliation will bring with it sustainability and an even more collaborative way of governing. The settlement of outstanding claims will also bring with it an influx of federal dollars and further opportunities within communities as they draw down programs and services, and we become role models in reconciliation and cultural resurgence. I believe we can achieve the goal of settled land claims, but only if we make up our minds to do so and are willing to make the sacrifices we will each have to make to get it done. And when we do reach that goal, we will have set a world-class example of reconciliation that is a model for the rest of Canada and beyond. We are deciding our own future together, Mr. Speaker. The North is a place of opportunity and a land of history driven by people with passion. And we want those of you out there beyond our borders, those who are community-minded and hard-working with an adventurous spirit and respect for the land, to be part of the future we are building. Mr. Speaker, the North continues to be a place of unrivaled opportunity. We are open for business, adventure, and life. We want to grow our population and our economy. During the budget address, the Minister of Finance stated the primary economic driver for the N.W.T economy will be government investments. I would agree that this is the case, at least for the short term, until we further diversify our traditionally resource-based economy. As long as government investment is driving the economy of the Northwest Territories, the N.W.T has an obligation to ensure that we maximize the benefits of this investment for Northerners. This is what we meant when we agreed that adopting a benefit retention approach to economic development would be a priority of this 19th Legislative Assembly. This means we cannot settle for 40% Northern participation in the construction of major infrastructure projects, such as the Clicquot All-Season Road. I think most Northerners would agree that they would rather see the road take a little longer to build, with 100% of associated business contracts going to Northern businesses, than to see it pushed through quickly with Southern firms reaping the profits. Yep. These are the tough decisions that we as leaders and legislators need to make. We need to take any and all steps necessary to grow Northern businesses and ensure that Northerners are the primary beneficiaries of the investments we make. We need to ensure that when we let contracts or enter into public-private partnerships, that the terms and conditions of those agreements are predominantly favourable to Northern businesses. This means we have to scale down our expectations and timelines, recognizing that capacity is an issue for the Northwest Territories. We need to ensure that impact and benefit agreements are just and enforceable. We need to make sure that construction projects include components of training and retention for Northern workers, tradespersons, and businesses. We need to break down the tendering process to provide additional opportunities for Northern businesses. We need to ensure that our procurement policies do not unfairly and inadvertently place undue burdens on Northern businesses, Mr. Speaker. We need to access federal funding in a way and in timing that facilitates our needs and is not, as my colleague from Yellowknife Centre has said, the tail wagging the dog. Most importantly, we set the parameters for the scale and timing of government projects such that they are realistic and Northern friendly. As politicians, this means we may not get everything done within the 4-year window of our term. It means that we may not be there to reap the political credit of the projects we put into play. But we have a bigger responsibility to do what is right for the people of the Northwest Territories and for our children's children. We need to do more to ensure our fiscal climate facilitates investment. Our current corporate tax rates are the antithesis of Robin Hood. Small to medium business tax rates are higher than the rest of Canada, and corporate tax rates for larger businesses are lower than the Canadian average. I am pleased to see that the Minister of Finance is committed to reducing tax rates for small and medium businesses to rates comparable to the rest of Canada. This will undoubtedly support small business growth. At the same time, we want to continue to attract larger businesses to the North. Consistent corporate taxes for large resource sector businesses will provide sustainability and predictability for our people. As I thought of the current fiscal situation of the N.W.T, I couldn't help but remember 1986's The Money Pit, starring Tom Hanks and Shelley Long. If you don't remember it, it's the story of a young couple who used their life savings to buy a dilapidated old house in need of major repair. This creates strain on their relationship that all homeowners, I'm sure, can relate to. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I look at the fiscal situation we face together as the 19th Legislative Assembly, it does at times feel like we are in the daunting first phases of a house renovation that has the potential to become a major money pit. We have an underfunded health system that is overly dependent on supplementary appropriations and puts children at risk, an education department in need of a passing grade, and a power corporation dependent on government subsidies to keep the lights on and power rates affordable. And we're all running on a hope and a prayer that the Housing Corporation can keep the roof over people's heads through winter. But in this chaos, there is opportunity. We're in a fiscal situation that requires the government to dive deep into how it is doing business and be brave enough to admit that we can do business better, stretch our dollars farther, and evolve our business practices. We may find raccoons in closets in the process, we may argue on paint colors, and we will most likely never agree on the style of couch. But we are all here because we all agreed that we love the bones of this House, Mr. Speaker, and that is what connects us and makes building this dream home together worthwhile. I have faith in this Cabinet to deliver, but you have to be in the driver's seat. If you sound identical to the minister who held your seat 150 days ago, then the odds are that you are not following through on your end of the promise to deliver change. Take risks. Shake up the way that things have always been done. Break the mold. Be bold. Let's do things differently up here, and even more importantly, let's get things done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Replies to the budget address. Member for Tunade-Wellek.
Marcy Joe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off my budget address to apply to it by an experience I had this morning with my youngest daughter, Sina, who's 8 years old. It was a pleasant surprise. I had my notes in hand. I was scrambling to get this my address out and what I wanted to say today, and I was greeted with a happy birthday. And she helped make breakfast. And, you know, it brought me right down, it humbled me, brought me down a couple notches, and that's what we all need, I think, once in a while, to just be humbled and realize what we're doing here. And she told me, Daddy, I see some gray hair now, but I still love you. You should dye your hair. But it looks like you're working on something. She looked at my notes. And I said, don't worry about mistakes, Daddy, I still love you. So I thought I'd share that with you. But it really made me think when I was writing this that made me question, what are we all doing here? You know, what are we doing here? What are we really doing here? I looked at my daughter and, you know, this is what we're here for. We're here for our children, for future generations, for the people that we serve. And my great-grandparents who raised me, you know, they told me one key thing is to always leave a place or job and leave it in a better condition than when you left it. And that's what I want to do here. And I'm planning to do that in my job as an MLA. We have 3.5 years left here in our term, and that's not a lot of time. And we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, my initial reaction to this budget address delivered by the Minister of Finance last week is one of dissatisfaction. On the face of it, this budget appears to be largely status quo, as I've heard my other colleagues mention as well, with little or no extra money being invested into the smaller communities. I could also characterize this budget as a safe budget that stops short of any bold or interesting proposals. That, however, is not totally surprising given the current financial outlook for our government. One thing for sure, though, when I look at the specifics of this budget, is that one question keeps popping in my mind. Do we as a government have vision going forward? And a little bit of humor, this budget, when I first read it, made me think of a food analogy. And there's a traditional German rabbit dish called Hassenpfeffer. It's a gourmet dish, you put some spices on it, it's a gourmet dish and you serve it. But, you know, after thinking about it, I'm a Dene man. This is, looking at it, it's just simply rabbit soup. That's what this budget is. It's plain. And in our language, we call that gotchaza, just for in case you're wondering. But again, we should always take things with a grain of salt, and we should always look through the smoke and mirrors of any government proposal, and always think realistically. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Finance Minister who said in her budget address last week, this is a land of opportunity. I'd like to go a little further than that and state that we live in a G7 nation, in arguably one of the most resource-rich areas on the planet. What bothers me the most, Mr. Speaker, and through all of this, many of our residents are still living in poverty all over the territory. I am not good with that. We still see a disproportionate number of our Indigenous populations in jails with high levels of employment, with little prospects for the future. Mr. Speaker, I, for one, did not sign up for this. I did not sign up to see our neighbours go without, with no reasonable end in sight. And again, I'll say it again, we should feel humbled and privileged to sit in this House. That I said before that for the next, for the remainder of our term, we have job security, and a lot of people we serve do not. We need to create opportunity for our neighbours in our small communities and regional centres. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to thank the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Again, I'm going to say it again about showing some innovation in their policy changes, and namely for allowing small businesses to run in their public housing units. I think that's a great idea. To me, this is huge because it gives hope for those living in a small community some hope. And Mr. Speaker, I believe through all of this, the best way to restart our economy is through business. As my colleague from Yellowknife North mentioned the other day, we have a very small tax base. Small businesses create jobs, and we need to assist those who have aspirations to create new businesses to help them thrive. And our government needs to be a catalyst in this endeavour. I remain hopeful, though, Mr. Speaker, that our priorities in small communities will improve. We still have resources in our territory. However, I want to make it clear I will not support any development unless we see more of our Indigenous and Northern partners involved in terms of business and jobs. I'm also hoping to see some resolution with our partners in the Quechua, Dehcho, and Métis very soon. We need to have them and our other Indigenous partners at the table with us for any new development. Along with any new business opportunities in the North, I also believe in responsible development. And that we also believe in responsible development, And it will make sure that we take care of the land and move forward in an environmentally conscious way. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I do not and will not support any business endeavours that will see money or resources that leave the territory. My belief is that every dollar in N.W.T. that is lost is harmful to our economy. No more. I am tired of seeing foreign entities taking jobs and contracts and seeing their monies leave the territory, leaving little for Northerners. Parasites act in such a manner. I know that may sound extreme, but I really believe that. I also need something about networking, Mr. Speaker. I want to give kudos to our Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment for promoting our territory and trying to bring some investment dollars into our territory. I know that some of us around in this room might get some flack for time to travel outside the territory for our jobs. I think it's necessary. We need to engage with industry and business leaders. It's very important because you never know. That one conversation we have could lead to an important business or job opportunity. If I travel to a conference, that's what I was always set out to do. And if a handshake turns into 2 or 3 jobs into a small community, that's huge in my opinion. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say something about the cost of living. Past assemblies left some legacies, both good and bad. that, and we've left here, that are left here now that we're dealing with in the 19th Assembly. And keep in mind the note I said earlier about trying to leave a workplace or job better than when we left it. One legacy I do not leave with future assemblies is leaving our N.W.T. families with an exorbitant high cost of living. This government needs to do whatever it can to keep our residents on their territory. People are moving away. And in turn, we're losing funds like territorial financing from the federal government. And we need to be innovative in doing that. Mr. Speaker, I am also not proud about this system we are creating. And what I mean by that is that we're creating a system where right now it is easier for people to quit a well-paying job, go on income assistance, and live in public housing than rather live with little financial struggle as some people can in a wage economy. For example, you have a single parent with a very well-paying job trying to support a family in a smaller community, and they'll just barely get by. I don't like that. I'm not good with that. We've created a system where those on income assistance would be in a better financial situation than that of someone who's employed with a well-paying job. Excuse me. And going back to what I was saying, this has got to stop. I looked at the budget here the other day too as well during our justice, and I'd love to see some more partnerships down the road, you know. Where a fund, say for down the road, it could be, I'm not sure how this would look, but I'd love to see a line where instead of funding the RCMP, I'd love to see a police service being funded in the Cato region, or maybe in the Dacia region, or Crenshaw region, down the road. Moving away from this RCMP model, this colonial model, and moving forward in that fashion. That's just another side note. I'd love to see that somewhere down the road. I would also eventually down the road like to see more freedoms in terms of more control of our courts, our health, and our education systems. But before we even start talking about that, we'll need to finalize our game. We'll need to finalize agreements with the KHO that's shown in 18. I firmly believe our end goal in this assembly is to see more successful businesses, which will in turn create more jobs. And hopefully at the end of all this, we'll see more people get off income assistance. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to let everybody know that I do not support this budget in its current state. The small communities, again, have been left out, and that's my position. And when I looked at this mandate, you see a picture of someone on the ice with their hands out like this. But, you know, I hope at the end of this assembly, hopefully this person will be not wondering, you know, this will be a representative of small communities saying, you know, oh my God, you've left me out in the cold. Again. So I'm hoping that that's not the direction we're going. I do not want to see that. I want to see our people thrive, not just survive. Our ancestors in the past worked very hard for what they had, and I believe that's what they would want for us as well. Back in 1899, Treaty 8 was signed in for resolution in N.W.T, my hometown. We need to honor agreements like this, and I'm hoping we can move forward to help people flourish. And in the words of that agreement, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Welday. Replies to the budget address. Day 7 of 7. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Northwest Territories voted for change in our last election. People are struggling, especially in our small communities. They have no jobs, no hope, no future. They feel the territorial government is not listening, not responding to their concerns. Across the N.W.T, including my riding of N.W.T, we heard status quo is not working. The government is not doing enough. Our people are counting on them to help. They told us as MLAs we should be starting to direct the government and not a handful of bureaucrats in Yellowknife. We have heard from Indigenous leaders in the relationship between the N.W.T and Indigenous governments that it's an all-time low. We have heard the current former Indigenous leaders of the N.W.T is the problem, not the federal government. We heard that Indigenous governments are not going directly to the territorial government, they're going directly to the federal government in regards to the frustration and despair and status quo. I heard these sentiments in my riding and when we're meeting with the leadership, when they're bumping into them in Yellowknife. We're 20 years into the 21st century, but our approach to the negotiation of implementation of land, resources, and self-government agreements, it's still from the last century. It is the failed status quo exemplified. The Inevaluate Agreement was signed in 1984. To this day, we're still trying to negotiate self-government, Mr. Speaker. That's outrageous. I was 11 years old when they signed that agreement in Tuck, and we're still waiting. The Indigenous governments seen as adversaries, or even worse, subordinates, instead of partners in our own land. The N.W.T has tried to run things in the territorial level, leaving Indigenous governments, for the most part, as bystanders. So we're here today, cash-strapped government, Mr. Speaker. We have no ability to increase our revenues. We can't control our ballooning expenditures. We're out of our borrowing room. We spend 64-cent dollars on social programs, yet the social problems keep getting worse. We have growing environmental and climate problems, and we have flatlined economy, Mr. Speaker. That is inherited status quo for another 4 years. Same will put us in the poorhouse, Mr. Speaker. The budget numbers and social, economic, environmental indicators are harshly clear. We have a mandate of 22 priorities and no real way to pay for those 22 priorities, Mr. Speaker. After 50 years trying to get it to go alone, our territory, we have shown the territorial government can't go alone. We have to have partnership with Indigenous governments, with our federal government, Mr. Speaker. No government can do that. For us, we think otherwise in self-dissolution, if we think that way. Our goal is devolution. The agreement was signed was in 2013 for the N.W.T to take the responsibility of our land, water, resource development to allow Northerners to build and grow the North. We have not achieved that promise yet, but Mr. Speaker, we can. Last October, we met with Northern leaders. We've had 2 breakfast meetings with the Dene Nation, the National Chief, and the goodwill is there, Mr. Speaker, and the interest is working collaboratively together as governments, to work together to get things done. The question and need to answer is how are we going to move forward? Are we going to do a real partnership with them, with one another? At this time, it's time to come to the government Northwest Territories, the Inevaluate, the Dene, the Métis, to set up a collaborative leaders to the table to work together for the people. Start dealing with the big issues in common interest, of which there are many, Mr. Speaker. The Intergovernmental Council, the symbolic, non-inclusive adversary body of really usefulness and some time ago. The N.W.T needs a vision for the future as a territorial government. The vision demands the N.W.T to give up some jurisdiction and control, Mr. Speaker. There are many compelling issues we can finally start to sort out together. For example, working together in collaboration, we can get more housing units in our communities. Ensure we never get a negative report on child welfare again from the Auditor General. Ensure graduation rates are actually for real. Renew our commitment to a strong regions, communities focus back on decentralization, not centralization, Mr. Speaker. Create regional energy plans to put microgrid technology in diesel communities that by all projects in regional basis to make them economically viable in a timely manner. This is how we will lower the energy costs in our communities. We also co-draft a crucial legislation on bills like water, forestry, mineral resources and development, just as we work together on the Wildlife Act and the Species at Risk Act. We can create expedited process on negotiated land resources, self-government agreements, freeing up 140,000 kilometers resource-rich land possible development. Working together, we can develop a plan to maximize the benefit of Mackenzie Valley fiber optic link to the communities to facilitate both government, private sector opportunities in Nunavut to create equality and opportunities, equity and opportunities for the Indigenous governments. We can work to identify both revenue expenditures efficiencies across our governments. And we need to identify the economic opportunities that may become evident once we start working together as governments in settling the land claims and being an obvious one. And the big one for me, Mr. Speaker, is opening up our Beaufort Sea, working with the federal government to get that opened up. That will create jobs, that will make money for our territory, and that's what's needed because we're broke. Mr. Speaker, we need to have the courage to take the first step towards this real collaborative leadership approach at the territorial level. With the Inuvialuit, the Dene, the Métis governments, I'm convinced that once we do this, we'll realize the full potential of the 2013 devolution deal agreement, truly start building and growing the N.W.T, and our territorial budget will look a lot much better than the way it looks now. We can make changes for the best for the people of Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. We got to work together to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Replies to the budget address. Replies to the budget address. Colleagues, before we carry on, I'd like to recognize Grace Bearkoff and Renata Bullock that's with us in the gallery today. Special request by Mr. Thompson. Also, today is a big day for one of our members, Mr. Norn. I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday. Not sure, I think it's happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Steve. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Going back to my member statement, and when I was talking about providing this type of counseling, traditional counseling in all of the regions, I understand that each Indigenous group may want something else, and we've heard this, and we've heard it again from the Premier when we were going through the mandate. This camp has Dene, Métis, Inuit, non-Indigenous counselors, and does not discriminate who wants services, or who discriminate from who wants services. Can the minister tell me if they are looking at this type of a model? If not, or can they look into expanding or funding to expand this Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation if they would like to in other regions, or to have them have funding to be able to go out and talk to other regions to work on a model like this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of questions in that one question. Our department is, and we are doing a lot of programming. We have supported the The member, Mr. Speaker, is referring to the Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation, and we have supported the foundation since it began. We also are supporting them and providing them funding for the traditional healing. Also, we are helping them with the a proposal with the Indigenous Service Canada, and also the development of a community-based programming and working on a pilot project together. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation, and some of their programming that they provide, and the programming they provide is very unique, and I think that if the member could give me her walking map, maybe I'll take a walk down there and have a look and meet William and Rashi and Besha. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that they are working with them. When I visited the center, the first thing they wanted to do was do a picture, and we had a picture taken, and then a lot of people from the community were asking me, I want that. I want to go there. Can the minister confirm to me whether when they have clients within the hospital or within the Department of Health being asked to attend counseling in matters, for example, when clients are admitted for suicidal ideation, overdose attempts, child and family service plans of care, are given the option to see a traditional counselor of their choosing, for example, an elder or other counseling services? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are working in a client-centered way. Means working with individuals to determine their best avenue to access support. Mr. Speaker, we also have staff that work to meet people where they are and help them to determine what is the best option for them. For some, it could be a formal counselor. It could be also meeting with an elder. So we do have options, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the clients and what's the best avenue for them to receive any of their counseling services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to the minister's response, I would like to know if she would be committed to letting her staff know this, because it's not happening, and with my experience, and this has not been given as an option, maybe due to the high turnover staff, but would the minister consider going and letting her staff know that this is an option? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, and I'm sure all the staff in the Department of Health and Social Services are watching us today. And the member talks about this unique mental wellness facility, and I would like to go down there and have a visit and have a look at some of their options. It is something that we will look into. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that answer as well. Will the minister look at working with the Indigenous, have her department work with the Indigenous groups in each of the regions so they can provide them a list of counselors that they have? Because I do know that we do have counselors, traditional counselors, especially in my community of Inuvik. We have different counselors within the Inuvialuit. We have different options within the Inuvialuit, and so do the Gwich'in in my community that will provide elders and other options. So if she can have her, would she commit to having her department get that list, so when people are needing counselors, they can also contact them? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's another yes. Yes, of course, our department can work with the Indigenous groups to ensure that we have a clear picture of community-based options, and so that we are assured that our staff are aware of these options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions were going to be for the Minister of ITI, but listening to the Minister of Health say yes all the time, I might ask her instead.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated in my statement, fishing is one of the most challenging and dangerous occupations. And as such, we must ensure that our fishers are provided safe working conditions and the tools to make that happen here in the N.W.T. So my first question for the Minister of ITI is the N.W.T. Fish and Revitalization Strategy focuses mainly on production of fish and silent on safety. Can the Minister confirm if it includes the supports to improve fisher safety? And if so, what are those safety supports? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, safety is something that we take very seriously and is a focus of the Commercial Fisheries Revitalization Strategy. A key component of the strategy is addressing equipment and standards which will promote safer fishing practices throughout the N.W.T. And as with most things, we have many partners in this effort, including the Marine Training Centre in Hay River, the N.W.T's Fishermen's Federation, and WSCC as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any, I'd ask the Minister, are there any funds that will be put towards ensuring fishers have access to safety equipment, such as the emergency position indicating radio, which can help locate fishermen or vessels if something happens? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we do have funds available through existing programs which can be accessed for this kind of equipment. They would include the SEED program, or Support for Entrepreneurs and Economic Development Policy, and the Commercial Fisheries Industry Support Program. I can also confirm we have provided funding for GPS equipment in the past, and we're going to continue to make this part of our discussion as we go through the process of revitalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister's Department work with DFO and or the WSCC to ensure vessels are inspected and are seaworthy and have the necessary safety equipment to meet safety standards? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we work with WSCC and Transport Canada, who is the regulator of fishing vessels, to promote safety for all of our fishers. And again, the revitalization strategy works to implement mandatory training and supporting fishers to bring their equipment and their vessels up to standards. And we are going to continue to work going forward to ensure that the safety is improved for all fishers on the lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister be willing to throw another $500,000 at the with grant money for the fishers? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can't say yes on this one. However, I would have to look to my colleagues to approve any supplementary asks that I may have going forward. So if we determine that we do need more funding, we will be coming back to the Assembly to look for that funding, and I hope that the member will say yes at that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I spoke today about the need to provide more accessible and affordable childcare by investing in spaces in which childcare can be offered. Has the minister considered providing childcare space in new or renovated schools as a way to provide suitable space for childcare in communities across the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for education, culture and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, part of our mandate is to better utilize GNWT infrastructure for early childhood programs, so that's a definite consideration. Right now, our capital standards don't say anything about childcare spaces in schools, so we're not mandated to build them, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're prohibited from building it either. So it's a discussion that we're currently having. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think today's the day to ask questions. Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm jumping on this bandwagon. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in the possibility of providing childcare space at J.H. Sisson School, which is in my riding and which is going to be rebuilt starting in the near future. Is it still possible to talk about providing childcare space in that school? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to stop the fun here, but the answer for that on that one is no. Unfortunately, the contract, or the engineering and design contract, was awarded in June 2019, and that work has already commenced. And at this point, it's too late to include childcare space in that plan. However, in the future, if we have room available in the school that could be used for childcare space, but dedicated space is not in the plans right now, and it's too late to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Okay, let me be the first to call the minister a party pooper. What I'm interested in knowing is, in the event that that it is possible to build childcare spaces in schools, what would that look like? Would it be on a partnership model with respect to service delivery? Would the partners need to bring money to the table? What are the minister's initial thoughts on how this would work? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we're open to anything. This is, very early in this assembly, and this mandate item is, I think in spring 2021, is when we look to have a plan formed on what this would look like. But of course, we're open to partnerships. That's sort of been the mantra of this government. Every community is different, and so we have to look at the specific community. Perhaps the GNWT is the only game in town, and we could provide that service. But that's all yet to be determined. But right now, I won't say no to anything going forward in terms of what we're going to consider. Thank you.
Supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. Can the minister tell us what kind of research is being done on this topic, whether there is a jurisdictional scan, for example, to see how childcare is provided in other remote and high-cost locations? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as part of the mandate commitment as well, we're working on the early learning and childcare 2030 strategy, and so there is some work that has been going into that. I don't have the specifics of that, but I can find out and share that with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke earlier today about breaking down the stigma around fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. I believe the first and most important step in doing that is to make sure we are working with the right information. I have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. How many people in the Northwest Territories have been diagnosed with FASD?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Stanton Territorial Youth FASD Family and Community Support Program has been in existence since 2010, and as of January 2020, has provided assessments of 93 children. Of those 93 children, 63 have been diagnosed with FASD. Diagnosis. The implementation of the adult FASD diagnostic and support program has occurred over the past year. The first diagnosed clinic took place in January 2020, and one adult has been diagnosed with FASD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That totals 64 people who have been diagnosed with FASD in our territory, despite federal numbers estimating there are 1,800 people living with FASD in our territory, Mr. Speaker. We have a long way to go in getting these diagnoses. Having worked firsthand in the criminal justice system, I can tell you that diagnosis ultimately affects sentencing, it affects conditions, it affects housing. Given our unique situation in the North, does the Department of Health and Social Services plan to conduct its own research on fetal alcohol syndrome disorder in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The department does not conduct FASD research directly. The N.W.T is a member of the Canadian Northwest FASD Partnership that provides financial contribution and sets out priorities for the CAN FASD Research Network. The research network conducts research on behalf of Northwest Territories and other provinces and territories. CAN FASD researchers are currently leading 25 major projects related to FASD prevention, intervention, and diagnosis. Being involved in a wider partnership such as these provides the government of the Northwest Territories with a reliable and valid information to improve outcomes for those who are affected with FASD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am aware and I am thankful for all the work that CAN FASD works, and I also know there is much work being done. I believe there's 150 people right now in Yellowknife receiving training regarding FASD. However, there is much work to do, especially in regards to diagnostics. So my question for the Minister of Health and Social Services is, what is the average wait time for a diagnosis for fetal alcohol syndrome in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are presently 38 children on the wait list for the Youth FASD program, and the wait time varies. As an example, 9 of these children are waiting to be old enough to get into the clinic, and 11 do not have confirmation of any alcohol exposure, which is required for them to go through the diagnostic process. Mr. Speaker, as the adult FASD clinic has just started, a wait time has not been reported. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure I will have many more conversations on getting that information for the adult wait times and removing some of the barriers for children getting into those diagnostics. I recognize there's a lot of, there needs to be a stigma broken down that allows both mothers and people with FASD to self-disclose. But I was hoping the Minister of Health and Social Services could speak to the current barriers to make sure we can improve access and get those wait times down and get more people into the diagnostic clinic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is correct. There is a stigma attached surrounding FASD, and it is a barrier for individuals and families accessing diagnostic services. The member asked what are the barriers. So the Northwest Territories is geographically, and the remoteness creates challenges in ensuring equitable access to diagnosis. Medical travel is also a barrier for accessing diagnostic services and can be particularly challenging for families with children and complex needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the very agreeable Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment, who sets regulations for onshore oil and gas resources and also promotes such development. The oil and gas spills and debris liability regulations set absolute liability limits of between $10 and $40 million, depending on the location of the spill or debris caused by oil and gas exploration development. These liability caps in place and what public purpose they serve. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member mentioned, there is only a cap on liability when the person or entity who holds the authorization is not proven to be at fault for the spill or discharge or other similar event. The cap balances the right to swift compensation against the lack of proof of responsibility and ensures that funds can be accessed promptly without having to prove fault or negligence on the part of the operator. If an operator or any person is proven to be at fault for a spill, there is no legislated limit on its financial liability and no cap on what they would need to pay to rectify the situation and compensate those affected, to the extent of the fault or negligence proved against them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for that, but you didn't actually explain what public purpose they serve. Basically, they shield private companies from liability. And in this day and age, we need to be adopting a polluter pays approach. But I'd like to know if the Minister can explain whether Cabinet intends to respond to the recommendations from the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment from the last Assembly. And that committee recommended, quote, a comprehensive review of oil and gas related regulation with the express purpose to increase the cap for absolute liability, end of quote. So can the Minister explain, is she or the Cabinet going to actually respond to that recommendation? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member stated, in the 18th Legislative Assembly, ITI committed to such a comprehensive review of the PRA and the OGOA. I'm pleased to confirm that the review has begun and it is ongoing. The results of that review will inform our next steps regarding this suite of regulations. And in addition, we are working with the Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations on implementing the statutory measures that were passed by the 18th Assembly aimed at making the industry more transparent and responsive to the needs of our territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I think that was actually a yes. So just as we have millions of dollars of environmental liability from Cameron Hills hurtling towards us, because we failed to make sure that there was proper financial security in place. These regulations that the Minister is talking about, they're one page long. She doesn't have to do a big review. She can change them tomorrow if she wants. Just gazette the new limits. So can the Minister tell us, is she clearly committed to increase the absolute liability caps in the oil and gas spills and debris liability regulations? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned, the cap in the regulations relates to the no-fault portion that an operator would be required to pay. Those regulation provisions will be part of the review that the department is undertaking. Without having had that their inputs on that review, I do not want to make that commitment at this time to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I'm not sure what the problem is. This is a one-page regulation. One page. These limits are in there. Let's just fix it. The Minister can fix it tomorrow if she wants. So can the Minister explain when and how long this review is that she is going to undertake? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not have the authority to make that change on my own. It is a Cabinet decision to change regulations. I would need to bring that to my Cabinet colleagues. As the member is aware, we have many things going on, but I will commit to the member to do so in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Okay. We can do that tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. We had a great conversation yesterday about the Dental Auxiliaries Act, and I just want to make sure that the wheels keep turning on that one. As part of the oral health strategy, has the department done any jurisdictional research or spoken with dentists and dental hygienists to determine the feasibility of allowing dental hygienists to be self-initiated? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a jurisdictional scan of dental hygienist regulation was completed in January 2018 by the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, and this scan includes provinces, territories, and international jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we talked about oral health, and the member and I continue this dialogue, and I just looked up the Dental Auxiliaries Act, and I recognize the section where the member talks about having the dental hygienists go off and do their own work in the communities. And I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that this is important. The oral health in the Northwest Territories, not any specific region, is crucial. It's something that, although the scan has been looked at, I am reviewing the Act, and yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
I'm going to pretend she said yes. I want to be part of the yes club today. So I do have a yes question, though. Would the minister be willing to commit to determining if we are willing to make this change as the Northwest Territories this year so that we can potentially update the Act in 2020? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Thank you.
Woohoo. Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wednesday is my new favorite day of the week. I am wondering, Mr. Speaker, what legislative change has the department initiated under the Oral Health Act Action Plan to support the oral health professional role? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I answer the question, I do want to go back, and I was saying, yes, we will look into the feasibility study, just for clarification. So let me get back to the member's question on what legislative changes the department has made. The Department Health Social Services has not initiated any changes, and the Dental Auxiliaries Act, the Northwest Territories Health Social Services Authority, however, has implemented a territorial specialist, an oral health position, which is under the territorial manager, Allied Health. The dental therapists and the newly recruited dental hygienists all report to this position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My final question for the Minister of Health is, has recruitment begun for the Chief Oral Health Officer position that was identified as part of the oral health strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have not begun the hiring process. I'm sorry, I can't go 3 yeses in a row. The department, however, is determining the scope of the work for what this role should be, and this should be done by the end of April. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Techo.
Mr. Speaker. I've got questions for the Minister of E&R. I'd just like to firstly say that we are always friends, you know. But just sometimes our jobs put us on different sides. Well, we're on a different side of the floor anyways, we know that for sure. It's about regarding their hiring practice in my community. I know I've pleaded with the minister, I've sent emails, you know, short of signing over my GST check, but it's about inexperience versus experience. It just come to my attention since I got back earlier today that there's a very inexperienced Renewable Resource Officer 3 which is the lead in the community for officers. From what I'm hearing, this person, didn't know how to use a firearm. He just discharged a person and it injured a person. So he was sent out for further training on firearms, use of firearms, firearm safety. Plus, I'm getting reports that former renewable resource officers even had to teach them how to operate a snow machine and teach them how to just to live in the bush.
Yeah. So 1 second, you're being little, it's pretty easy to identify the person you're speaking about, so just oral questions. Thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. But I guess it's experience versus inexperience that I'm getting at. And I'm really hoping, because we've been pleading to have our local people in the community hired into the positions. So I'm really, my question to the minister is will he revisit the hiring of the positions in Fort Providence? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from the Detroit has been talking to me about this in December, January, and February. We've had good conversations. We have communication. I've shared as much information as I can share without getting into privacy and about process. At no point in time as a minister should you be directing staff who to hire. It's about following fair process. And sorry, I won't be jumping on the bandwagon yet, but no, I won't re-look at the process. We followed the process, and the best candidate was given the RRO3 position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Detroit.
Merci for that answer, Mr. I don't have any further questions in that regard, since he's already taken a solid stance, but that just to let him know that we will probably be seeking other actions to hopefully address this issue. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Take that as a comment. Our Minister would like to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is the appeal process, and it's all there. So it's about trying to get the best person, the best candidate for the position. The honourable member from the Detroit, he's an advocate for his community, about people, so I want people to understand he's doing his job. He's working hard to get the residents, or his residents work and employment. But presently, right now, the RRO3 position went through an open competition, and the best candidate was given that position based on that. But there is an appeal process through the mechanism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What was that, Minister? Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. It's a follow-up letter for oral question 71-19(2), Oral Health Action Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling a document. Tabling a document. Member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table The Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation 2018-19 Annual Report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Tabling of documents. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following document, FASD and Housing in Yellowknife, a mosaic of options. Yellowknife, dated March 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Table document 30-19 brackets 2, main estimates 2020-2021 with Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs and Legislative Assembly. Table document 43-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates infrastructure number 1, 2020-2021 with member for Inuvik Twin Lakes in the chair.
Now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair. Committee wishes to consider table document 30-19 bracket 2, 2020-21 main estimates, Executive and Indigenous Affairs and Legislative Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. Is committee in agreement? Okay. We'll take a short recess. Members, I'll call this committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 30-19, brackets 2, main estimates 2020-2021. And we will begin with the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Does the Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs have any opening remarks?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Wrong.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present the 2020-2021 main estimates for the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $783,000, or 3.5%, over the 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support our fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending while matching the modest expected revenue growth over the coming year. Highlights of these proposed estimates include $905,000 in forced growth related to salary increases resulting from the 2016 to 2017 to 2020 to 2021 collective agreement with the Union of Northern Workers, $705,000 for the establishment of the Office of the Devolution Initiatives, responsible for leading the government of the Northwest Territories through negotiations related to the management of offshore oil and gas resources. This office has also been assigned the lead of a review of the N.W.T. Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement transitional provisions as they relate to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. A sunset of $82,000 for a project to deliver a communications campaign and strategic communications plan for campaign schools that would increase the engagement of women in politics in the Northwest Territories. This is offset by an investment received by the Federal Department of Women and Gender Equality for $525,000. This money was made available to the government of the Northwest Territories for 2 years, beginning August 2019, to expand pilot testing of the campaign school in 5 communities and to develop an online portal to support this initiative. A sunset of $495,000 that was part of a project designed to access third-party negotiation and facilitation services to assist in the finalization of self-government agreements. A sunset of $80,000 that has been provided as a grant to the Northwest Territories Nunavut Council of Friendship Centres to assist in building capacity and strengthening partnerships of the centres. A sunset of $170,000 in grant funding made available to individual Northwest Territories Friendship Centres to match contributions received from other entities. And the department will see an increase in 3 positions in 2020-2021. These 3 positions are located in Yellowknife and are the result of the creation of the Office of the Devolution Initiatives. These estimates continue to provide funding for various priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by funding the operation of a single-window service centres that provide residents in 22 small N.W.T. communities with access to basic Government of the Northwest Territories and Government of Canada services. The delivery of campaign schools twice yearly in order to increase the engagement of women in all levels of politics within the territory. This will also include, as I mentioned earlier, piloting of the campaign school in an additional 5 communities, which has been made possible through a partnership with the federal government, and the negotiation and implementation of self-government and land claim agreements throughout the territory. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber.
Madam Premier, would you please introduce your witnesses? Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right is Mr. Martin Goldney, who's the Cabinet Secretariat and the Deputy Minister for Executive Indigenous Affairs. On my left is Amy Kennedy, who's the Director of Shared Corporate Services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs. If there are no further comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with cabinet support, starting on page 108, with the information item on page 110. Questions? Is that, oh, we're moving past that, sorry. Right? This one here? Nope. So, are there any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my concerns is that we have no specific minister appointed for public engagement and transparency in the 19th Assembly. I know the Premier has provided some previous comments on this, that, you know, we're working to be open across all departments. One of my concerns is that we're all busy, and without assigning a responsibility, we run into that accountability piece that is our job as regular members. So my question is, I guess I'll begin with having policies. Has the open government policy been fully implemented? And if not, what remains to be done?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll allow Martin Goldney to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The policy is in the process of being implemented. There's still work to be done to review some of our documents and make sure that they are made publicly available. So categorizing what can be made more accessible and put online. So that's work that is still underway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to seeing that policy, and I hope it is implemented sooner rather than later. I guess jumping to the larger questions of, we have UNDRIP implementation in our mandate. I've asked a number of questions on this, but I guess I see that there is the intention to form a working group to implement UNDRIP, but perhaps I could ask the Premier to provide an update of how we are making sure that all departments are involved in this and all government policies and legislation will be updated as a result of the wide breadth of coverage that is UNDRIP.
Member for Yellowknife North, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first thing we did when I took the position of Premier is I contacted all of our Indigenous governments that are involved in devolution. I spoke to them all about the requirement or the priority of UNDRIP within this Legislative Assembly. I committed to each of them that we would work together to define what UNDRIP looked like to the Indigenous governments. At each bilateral meeting, and I think we've done 3 or 4 or 5, I'm not sure, life is moving pretty fast. At each bilateral meeting that we've had with Cabinet, where all ministers are in attendance, I have also reinforced that this government will be implementing UNDRIP, and again, reinforcing that we will be doing that in partnership. As we move forward and we define what that looked like, ministers will be given solid direction to make sure that they implement that throughout their departments. That is my commitment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that the Premier is committed to do this and has brought it to multiple Indigenous governments at the bilaterals. I heard there that, you know, we're going to go out, we're going to receive the information and then provide departments direction. Can I just clarify if at the present moment ministers have been directed to, within their own departments, review the UNDRIP sections that apply to them and then bring that to EIA?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a discussion we haven't yet had as a cabinet. We will be having, though. I will commit to that as well. However, I need to reinforce that the implementation of UNDRIP, if we do this right, is not done by departments of the government of the Northwest Territories. It is done in consultation, not even consultation, it is done in partnership with the Indigenous governments. Until the Indigenous governments tell us what they want, what that looks like, I feel, Madam Chair, respectfully, that it would be inappropriate for myself to give direction to departments to start reviewing it, because that does give the perception that we are defining what it will look like beforehand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Are there any further comments? All right, so no further questions. Please turn. Oh, who is that? Oh, Miss Member for Yellowknife or Frame Lake. Sorry.
Thanks. After a while, we all look the same. Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the part of the executive and Indigenous Affairs where board appointments are sort of tracked and so on. And I do want to commend even the previous government did a better job at making sure that there was gender balance in our appointments to N.W.T committees, boards, and councils. But what we saw in the last assembly was a trend towards appointment of deputy ministers to who, I guess, sometimes they're government employees and sometimes they're not, to boards. And so what is the plan for this cabinet moving forward? Are we going to see those cabinet ministers phased out of board appointments and public governance restored, or what is the general approach moving forward? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our department has just compiled a recent list of all of the board vacancies throughout not only the Northwest Territories but federal departments as well. So we will be sharing that with ministers. We will be giving direction that a gender plus analysis be looked at that within that board appointments. In the last assembly, I must say that when I was the minister responsible for the status of women, I was adamant on every single appointment. When they were being appointed, I was asking, is it a woman? And if it's not a woman, why is it not a woman? So those are conversations we will still bring up. Is it a woman? Is it Indigenous? Is it the stakeholder? Is it the right person for the position? We will continue to do that. I believe that I am more than willing to be willing to review all board appointments, because that is something we need to do. Not only are we looking at a gender-based analysis or plus analysis, but we're also looking at terms to make sure that the rotation is correct. So there is quite a bit of work that we are doing with our board appointments, and we will continue to do that throughout our term of this government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Minister for that response. She dealt with everything except the issue of deputy ministers being appointed to serve on boards. And we saw, I think, a troubling trend of that in the last assembly. You know, the public board for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation was replaced by deputy ministers. Aurora College, that board was removed. So what are the Premier's plans moving forward with restoring public governance to some of these key corporations and boards moving forward? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes I do speak a bit fast. I had sandwiched it in there, but I'll be a little bit more concise. We are committed to reviewing all boards, and that will include the boards that deputy ministers do sit on. As for the other board that was brought up by the member, that would be the Aurora College Board. There is a framework, a timeline that the applicable minister is looking at within that. And so those are questions, if you wanted more detail, would be appropriate for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Premier for that response. Good to hear that board governance is something that's under review. I'm just curious, the deputy ministers that are sitting on boards, do they receive any instructions from ministers in terms of what they're to do on those boards, or are they at least at arm's length? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My own Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs does sit on that board, and I just asked him, have you ever received instructions? And he said never. So they are unfeathered in the direction from any cabinet ministers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, great to get that first-hand experience right at the table. I'm still a little bit skeptical, but I appreciate that. I just think those deputy ministers are put in a very difficult situation where they have a full-time employment and then they're doing this on the side, and I just don't think it's fair to our deputy ministers either. But I take the minister's commitment to review this moving forward, and I'm sure members of this House will continue to remind her of that commitment and look to see progress on it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Did you have any further? Okay. All right. Any other questions? Oh, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about those board appointments as well, and I do have a problem with them. I guess it's hard for me to understand that the DMs, I suspect they have a lot of work, probably a full-time job, and to run to sit on the board and I guess kind of give direction to the, say it's the Power Corp or whoever. I don't believe that. I don't believe it's working. I don't think it's. I don't think they can give good advice. I know they all have experience in certain areas. Some of them probably have no idea about utilities, for instance, and they probably try and do their best. I'll give them that. So I think it's important that we actually look at putting people on there that do have the experience. If we want to move forward with trying to lower rates and do a better job in education with our power rates, we need people on there that know what they're doing. And so, and I guess that's more of a comment I just wanted to make as well. But I do have a question on, and I'm on page, I think I'm on the right page, 209? 109. 109. Public utility boards. I see that our actual was 332 and the main estimates it's 452, so there's a little better than 100,000. I know it's not a lot of money. So what was the purpose for that little increase?
Well, thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the revised estimates from 1920 was 448. The main estimates this year is 452, a difference of 4. That is the forced growth regarding the union negotiations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you. I guess I just clarify that. I just looking at the actuals for 18-19, and we jumped up to that. We jumped up to the 448, and then the main estimates show 452. So I'm just wondering what the difference between the 332 and where that comes in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for not listening as well as I should have. Ms. Amy Kennedy would take the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Ms. Kennedy.
Madam Chair, the difference between the 18-19 actuals and the 2021 main estimates is a result of lower contract costs, legal services, and consultation costs required by the Public Utilities Board in 1819. So they actually underspent the budget, and that's what's reflected there.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, I guess what happened, there wasn't any hearings or kind of in that year, I suspect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. There were fewer applications in that year.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the Public Utilities Board, what are they responsible for? I know they're responsible for the utilities, so I suspect the Power Corporation, NUL. How about, say, for instance, Superior Propane, with respect to delivering gas within the communities? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Mr. Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Public Utilities Board is responsible for regulating utilities that, because of an absence of competition, really have a monopoly position. So it's the Public Utilities Board's job to make sure that the rates that they're charging are carefully considered and fair and provide, a fair return on investment and reflect, their job is really to play the role of a market, to make sure that the rates are fair and well considered. So they don't regulate Superior Propane or Blue Wave where there is that competition and that free market available to set prices. It's really just where there isn't the free market available to set prices, because these utilities have to operate at such a scale that they're essentially monopolies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions. One of them is, a couple of weeks ago I did a member statement on deputy ministers on boards. I too feel very strongly that if you're going to be accountable and transparent and arm's length, that the board has to be neutral. And it's the only way to go, and there has to be input from various regions of the public to sit on these boards. And we have a lot of external people that are not in government who will sit and give the perspective of the people of the Northwest Territories, and that's extremely important. So for me, I would ask the Premier that to consider that and give us a date as to when actually this would start happening.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard many times in this House, in this Assembly, about the need to review that board particular. I have committed to that we will be reviewing all board appointments, not only for the membership, the length of term, the composition of the board as well. Those are commitments we are going to take. As for the timeline at this point, Madam Chair, I cannot say, but I can commit that within a year that work will be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Tabacha.
My second question is some of the comments that were made in the statement by the Premier. A sunset of $170,000 to the grant funding available to individual Northwest Territory Friendship Centres. Could the Premier please tell us the disbursements and who they go to, the $170,000?
Which page is this? Is that on page?
Was made before? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find it. That, I think. Huh? We'll go back to it. I think it's on page 123. So we're just going item by item.
She didn't ask for any comments when she made the statement, so I thought I was able to do that. I'm sorry if I'm out of. There's the other third one. The third question that I had was with the department, for 3 new positions, and it's a creation of Office of Devolution Initiatives. I just want to know the makeup of that department.
Corporate. Is that in this section? 115. We can, I think that is in this next section so we'll get, if you want to wait until we can get to that. That's fine, thanks. Are there any further questions then? Okay. Are there any further questions on page 108 to 110? No? All right, so seeing no further questions, please turn to page 109. Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Cabinet Support, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021, main estimates for $2,632,000. Does committee agree? Okay, thank you. Corporate communications, beginning on page 111 and item, I think there's the items on page 113. Any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see there's not much of a change in the budget for corporate communications, but I have some questions if we are changing the way corporate communications is done at all. I think one of the biggest criticisms of the last government, and the reason many of us are here, is that there was a communication breakdown both between members and with the public. And I would say to date that we've been losing the communication battle in the media and with the public, and some of the great work we're doing here is not necessarily being conveyed. So my question to the Premier is, how are we doing our cabinet communications differently?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a huge issue. I don't think it was only in the last Assembly. I think it's been in every Assembly. I think that the governments of the Northwest Territories, we're great at a lot of things, Madam Chair. One of the things we're not so good at is our communications to the public. We do find that often we're more reactive than proactive. We find that often sometimes our communications are at a high technical level that often people don't relate to. So we've been looking at it right across the board. I have met with my cabinet communications person. We've been trying to work with departments and be proactive in what we do. So we're just at the beginning. It's a new Assembly. We're looking at a new way of communicating. Madam Chair, we will make mistakes. We cannot be proactive on everything. There will be some things that we will be reactive to, but we are right across the board. Every single department is trying to be more proactive, getting out not only the good word, but also if there's things that are sometimes not so good, we need to also get those out in the news as well to provide our side of the story. Otherwise, we pay the price for it. So it is something that we are totally engaged in at this time. Again, we will make some flaws. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Are there any further questions on this section? If there are no further questions, please turn to page 112. Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Corporate Communications, Operation Expenditures, Summary 2021, main estimates, $1,473,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. All right, so moving to Directorate, beginning on page 114 with information items on page 117, and I'll give the back to Member for Tabacha.
My question, thank you, Madam Chair. My question was for the department will see an increase of 3 positions in the 2021 budget. These 3 positions are located in Yellowknife, and it's the creation of the Office of Devolution Initiatives. Could you please explain to me exactly what that is?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Office of the Devolution Initiative is responsible for leading the government to the Northwest Territories through the negotiations related to the management of offshore oil and gas resources. And we've also assigned them to be the lead on the review of the N.W.T. Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement transitional provisions as they relate to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Tabacha.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I noticed that in the segment Women's Advisory that the amount of money granted to the Native Women's Association, the Status of Women Council, and in fact the Women's Initiative grants have been static for the last 2 budgets. My question for the Minister is, how is this funding level determined for these nonprofits? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In all honesty, I believe these funding levels have been in place for many years. I can't say exactly how many years, but I do know that more than the last Assembly. So they're on the last year of a 3-year term agreement, and I think it is time that we look at them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that answer from the Premier. It's time to take a look at these levels and to make them reflect the work that's being done, that there be some specific methodology to how these numbers are determined, and that they are reviewed annually to ensure that the money granted keeps up with the cost of inflation. My fear is that while N.W.T. employees have received increases because of their collective agreement, the nonprofits are being left behind, and I'm calling on the Premier to do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member knows that I also come from the nonprofit world. I have always advocated that the nonprofit world is underfunded and overproducing, in my opinion. I am committed to reviewing these. However, Madam Chair, I'm also conscious of the limitations of of us financially. So I do have to take into consideration this is something that I think we need to look at, but we also have 22 huge priorities that we also need to have at the table. So we will look at it. It may not be what the member would like or that I would like, but we have to be fair in making sure that we address as many concerns as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that the Minister is familiar with this background. The thing is, though, that when nonprofits fall too far out of sync, which is a variation of more than about 40% with the government, they can't keep staff, and then productivity goes down because they're in a constant turnover of staff. So these are not big grant money compared to the totality of the budget. So I am calling on the Premier to review these, and I don't expect them to be brought to government levels, but I do expect a gap to be closed between what the funding levels are historically and what they should be going forward, so that nonprofits can maintain their staff, keep their staff, and keep their productivity going. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear the member. I empathize with the member. I agree with the member. However, these are two NGOs, non-government organizations. There are many other non-government organizations that are funded by other departments. We have to be fair, Madam Chair, and make sure that if we're doing this, that it would be across the board so that we don't let other ones fall through the gaps. I am committed to reviewing them. However, again, as stated, it might not be the amount that I would like to see. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Premier for that. So when these nonprofit contribution agreements are reviewed, is there a methodology to working out how much money is going to be in the contribution agreement? Is there some rationale for that? How is that money determined, that number determined? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding at this point is there is no methodology. It's meeting between officials and, I'm guessing, executive directors. However, Madam Chair, I want to again extend this to all NGOs because often in my experience, when we just give non-government, and when I say NGOs, it means non-government organizations, when we give NGOs money and we don't have any kind of requirements or measurable outcomes, in my opinion, it sets them up to fail. For example, the homeless shelter that I managed for many years never got an increase, ever. So it makes me wonder why. So I think that we do need to review all of the agreements, and I think we need to start moving into a place of quality assurance, and that we actually have measurable outcomes, so that the NGOs can come back to us and say, we're meeting these outcomes, but we don't have enough money to do it. Give us a tool to be accountable to the public, because it is the public purse, but also give the NGOs a tool that they can say, this is what you asked, this is what we're delivering, and we need an increase. It goes both ways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. It goes both ways. What I'm suggesting here is that there be a methodology based on deliverables, and that we are assured that we are getting value for money from the NGOs as much as we are from any other government spending. And I think that you can find an example of how this could work with the shelter standards. It was a long piece of work, but finally there are standards for the family violence shelters so that the contribution of money to those shelters for their operations relates to something tangible. And so I think that's a methodology that could be applicable to the organizations that we're talking about in this area. My only concern is that knowing that the shelter standards work took years and years, that we need to find a way to do this work, if we're going to do it for all NGO contribution agreements, that we do this work more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do remember the shelter standards. Don't remember where they are right now, but I didn't realize that it took many years. This agreement is coming up in the next year. It might have to be signed. My commitment, though, is that we would sit down with the executive, with the board of directors, actually, and do that process in a mutually agreeable manner, hearing the members' concerns, and so maybe we'll start with these ones, and hopefully we'll move that work out throughout, because all NGOs have to have, not only be accountable for their funds, but also have a tool that says we need to have more. And like I said, without that and just giving out money is not giving them that tool, and it's not giving us the accountability. So we will work towards that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the Minister and I are on the same page with this. I think you could do a pilot project with Native Women's and Status of Women, and I think those organizations do a strategic plan and a budget. So I think there are some materials to begin with to come up with some mutually agreed goals for the services that they're providing through their contribution agreement, and that could be a constructive process across the board. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll almost take for comment, but I do want to state that one of the other priorities or mandates within our this government is to try to look at multi-year funding. If we have to do, for example, if we don't have time, I'm conscious of the time it took for the shelter standards, perhaps we could move into a multi-year standing or funding formula, and that would give us the time, hopefully, that we could use for the next funding cycle that we could actually have measurable outcomes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Are there any further questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at 2019 when we provided $25,000 to the Northwest Territories SPCA. I believe this was under the extraordinary funding policy, essentially because right now the N.W.T. SPCA doesn't fit into any pool of money. I brought this up with Municipal and Community Affairs previously, and there's this argument that, this becomes municipal jurisdiction. However, I really do think that the N.W.T. SPCA does great work across the territory. And so my question is the Premier willing to assign a department, I think probably MACA in this case, to take some responsibility and make sure that some department's mandate covers the N.W.T. SPCA, so we're not kind of just one-off funding every once in a while through the extraordinary policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I'm not willing to commit that we would actually fund SPCA directly. That would be inappropriate to go there. And again, I'm going to not known for being too politically correct, I'm going to try to be respectful, though, is that municipalities, the term was often used, dog ditches and dumps, which implies that SPCA care of animals is under the responsibility of municipalities. Bylaws will give tickets for homeowners that don't take care. Bylaw will pick up your animals. They picked up my animal quite a few times. I was starting to fund them independently. So what I can commit to is that we agreed that we would do policy related to the extraordinary funds, because Madam Premier, it should not be that the squeaky wheel, or sorry, Madam Chair, it should not be that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And that's what I found in this government. When people come crying or they reach out to their MLAs, we tend to be reactive and provide it to them. But I also know there's a lot of good causes out there that don't have the capacity to send somebody here, that don't have the capacity to reach out to their MLAs. We can't leave them behind. So my commitment is to doing up a policy in regards to all extraordinary funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the commitment to update the extraordinary funding policy, but I don't think this is the place for the N.W.T. SPCA to ever fit. And I recognize that the heart of what the SPCA and Yellowknife is doing is municipal, but there's this issue. The SPCA also travels to communities and provides vaccines. They do spay and neuter clinics. And there's this idea that they're not doing territorial work is a misunderstanding of the importance of animal health. A single dog attack in a community, when you throw in the medical travel, costs us more than the SPCA would need to go and do the preventative work to make sure we're not having rabies outbreaks. Right now, we don't have a single department in the GNWT responsible for animal health. And so what I'm asking is for the Premier, I recognize you can't make a commitment, the Premier cannot make a commitment to provide core funding at this time, but to assign the responsibility for animal health and the work that happens on a territorial level to some department, so that they don't keep running into this block of finding absolutely no one to go talk to about larger territorial animal health concerns.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make a commitment that I will get the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs to start the discussions with municipalities, hamlets throughout the Northwest Territories, because even though it is a territorial issue, each one of those animals is usually, we're not talking wolves, that is ENR, or caribou, that's ENR. We're talking domesticated animals that have been not cared for properly is usually what happens with that, or in my case, not keeping them inside enough and being let go. So that is an issue that needs a discussion that should be happening between the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs and municipal governments, and I will make a commitment that those discussions will be taking place in this Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Questions for member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just while we're on this extraordinary funding policy, part of the problem is there is no policy. This was raised in the last Assembly. We had some one-offs that made their way mysteriously into the Executive and Indigenous Affairs budget. So when is this policy going to be finished? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that people are trying to nail down timelines. I'd like to give timelines. However, I'm also conscious of the amount of workload that we have to take on. What I commit to is that it will be done within 2 years. But in the meantime, any extraordinary funding that comes across my desk as the Premier will be scrutinized, and perhaps I will even extend it to offering Standing Committee an explanation of the request, and so that we can do this together as a team, which we should be doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I recall seeing in the last Assembly a policy that was virtually finished. I think all it needed was somebody to sign it. So I'm going to leave that with the Minister. I don't think it needs 2 years. It was already finished. She just has to probably pick up the old document, reprint it, and sign it. But I want to move on to the single window service centers. I think the last one that was established was in Jean Marie in 2018-19. It doesn't look like there's anything in this budget for another community. Is that the case? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have money internally. We're looking at the 23rd one. The region that we're looking at is the Decho, though that is still in negotiations, though. So, but we are planning on implementing a 23rd single service window. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can the Minister point me out to what line item on page 115 where I would find that increase of 1 PY? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You won't see it in these mains because it is not an increase. It's actually been there on the books for a number of years, so it's just a matter of implementing that program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Minister for that. I want to move on to the Office of Devolution Initiatives, and in her opening remarks, she mentioned that one of the purposes of this office is that they're assigned the lead of a review of the N.W.T. Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement transition provisions as they relate to the MVRMA. I think I understand what that's about, but what is our objective in that review? What are we trying to accomplish? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Martin Goldney.
Mr. Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those discussions are intended to review the transitional provisions of the devolution agreement with the expectation that we can come to an agreement with the federal governments and our Indigenous government partners on the best place to have the legislative authority for the MVRMA, or further consideration of whether more authority should be delegated to the government of the Northwest Territories, recognizing that responsibility for lands and resources, the vast majority of those lands and resources has transferred. The intent of those discussions is really to determine, are we best set up to reflect that reality? Do we have the authorities in the right place, recognizing that the goal of devolution was to have the people of the Northwest Territories better positioned to make the decisions. It's important, though, to add that the MVRMA is unique in that it also governs decisions of the federal government as they relate to lands and resources as well. So we're just looking at a conversation with our Indigenous government partners and the federal government. Do we have the right balance and the right governance for lands and resources under that piece of legislation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I figured that's the kind of response I was going to get. So I understand. So we have some delegated authority under the MVRMA. Presumably, the objective here is to increase that delegated authority and/or give us some ability to change parts, perhaps, of the MVRMA ourselves. I'm not opposed to that in principle, but I think it has to be approached very carefully, and it's going to require support of the Indigenous governments. I think there's the mistaken belief that if and when N.W.T gets control of this, we can just higgledy-piggledy start changing things. That's not the case at all. These are constitutionally entrenched provisions. They cannot be changed unilaterally, and Mr. Harper's government got themselves in very hot water over this. In fact, ended in litigation, Gwich'in Tribal Council, some other sought to SSI Incorporated. They took the federal government to court and stopped some changes to the MVRMA. So I think this has to be approached very, very carefully, and I have every confidence that the Deputy Minister is well aware of this and understands this, but that is not very well communicated to our public, who think that, for whatever reason, or some segments of the business community thinks that things take too long to happen and so on. You can't just start going in and changing things. How are we going to communicate that to the public and the business community? Thanks, Madam Chair. And build confidence in our environmental management, resource management system. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This work is not being done alone. The member is right. We need to do this with our Indigenous governments. This work has been at the Intergovernmental Council table that all Indigenous governments who have signed on to devolution are part of, and it's still open to other Indigenous governments who wish to sign on. So this will not be a unilateral decision based on the GNWT. I heard the members' concerns about making sure that it's communicated properly. Out of respect for the Indigenous governments that sit at the Intergovernmental Council, Madam Chair, I will bring the members' concerns to the table. I have stated at that table that the government of the Northwest Territory is one seat at that table. We are no longer the controller. We are one seat, one member. So it would be inappropriate, because I've made that commitment to the Intergovernmental Council, it would be inappropriate for me to sit here, Madam Chair, and make commitments on behalf of them without their permission. It would be totally hypocritical of me. So what I can commit to, though, is to bring the concerns about the communications, need for communications, because I agree that we should be communicating better, to the Intergovernmental Council, and take their feedback on how we should be communicating. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I don't want to go off on a long tirade here, but if we want to convince the federal government that we can actually do a good job managing our resources, we have to do a lot better. We've had devolution in place for 5 years. There was some legislative changes made in the last Assembly, and that was, we improved a lot of that legislation as it went through the regular MLAs, but there's a number of things that have happened. Canton went into receivership. We were on the hook. We were able to offload that back to the federal government. Cameron Hills, Clecho All Season Road, the review board gave a scathing indictment of our participation as a government in that proceeding. We had a manager in charge of that project write to a minister while there was in a consult to modify process, totally inappropriate. The only work that we've achieved in the last assembly on financial security was rolling back mandatory requirement for financial security. We're going to have a very tough time demonstrating that we can responsibly manage resources in this jurisdiction with that kind of stuff happening. We've got to fix this. That's what I've been harping on for the last 4 years, and I'm going to keep doing it in this assembly. We've got to fix that if we want to convince others that federal government, the Indigenous governments, that we can actually responsibly manage resource development. I see my time's up, Madam Chair. That's my rant for the day. But it'll keep happening day after day until we fix this system. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Do you have any? No? Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't hear a question, and that I'll take it as a comment. Thank you.
Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair. Just going through, I had a quick question about the expansion of our single window service centers. Looks like it's going to be coming out in 3 phases, and it affects 2 communities in my riding, Denny Nuquan and Tlutzok. So it looks like it's going to be rolled out in 3 phases. Can the minister just explain to me what phase 1, phase 2, and 3 are to me, and just to give us a little better understanding what that is? And
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myself and my department are a bit confused. So if we're talking about the single service window centers, it isn't a phased approach, Madam Chair. We're just waiting to open the doors, to negotiate with the Indigenous governments and open the doors. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Okay, no, my mistake. So I guess what I was referring to there, it looks like this is going to be some work with the federal government. I just want to actually maybe ask the minister how this is progressing along, and what our end goal is here working with the federal government for our single service window centers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the single service window centers used to be just services that were provided by the government to the Northwest Territories. In recent years, I think it was just in the last year, I'm correct? Last 2 years, the federal government has asked us to, if they would be part of that picture as well, because not only our small communities don't know what services the N.W.T provides, they don't know what the federal government provides as well. So they are actually a partner in the in the services that are available, that the service center windows have access to. Now, the federal government right now currently is not at every of the 22 service windows, are not actually have the federal component in that, but more than willing to have negotiations with the federal government, if they're listening, to broaden that, because I do think it makes sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarity on that, and I think I got my answer. Nothing further.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the Directorate? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 115. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate, Operations Expenditure Summaries 2021, main estimates for $6,588,000. Does committee agree? Okay, so we will now, thank you. We will move on to the Executive Council offices on page 118 to 120. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first line item on this page is Cabinet Communications and Protocol, and we fielded questions earlier from the member from Yellowknife North in regards to communication. There's, on a previous page, there was a line item for corporate communications which outlined about $1.5 million. And then in the section we were just in, under regional operations, it stated that one of the responsibilities of regional operations was also to provide an open line of communication between the regions. So I'm just wondering, within these three different line items, how do they work together and how do they support communications for the government of the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Oh, the regional. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have to get clarifications. I was just aware of there are only two. There's a cabinet communications and the corporate communications. I was wondering where the regional was coming from, but I think I understand. The difference is that the corporate communications is really departmental focused and working with the regions to actually hopefully get good news out there to deal with things, advisories to the public, that kind of stuff. Cabinet communications, Madam Chair, is more focused on ministers and cabinet. It's going to be blunt, trying to get us out of trouble a lot of times. Trying to be proactive in some of the initiatives that ministers are doing, proactive in some of the priorities, the mandates, etc. They work together because if you don't, if cabinet is on its own without working with the corporate communications, then you'll have cabinet saying in their communications saying one thing, we're going to paint the sky blue, and if we don't get that down into the level of corporate, then they'll be saying that we're going to paint the sky red. So it's necessary. They're two separate. One is for cabinet, one is for departments, but we are trying to work together. In fairness, again, I'll go back to our communications and something that's been identified as an issue. We're just at a new government. We're just realigning on how best services will be provided in our communications as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the Minister's response. The last line item there is travel, and travel in 2018-19 was at 82, and then for main estimates this year it's at 420. Is that because it was leading into an election year? Thank you.
People.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Ms. Kennedy.
Madam Chair, in 1920, a change was made. Previous to 1920, departments were responsible for ministerial travel budgets. In 1920, we established a budget in the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs to pay for ministerial travel. So that's that difference there.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Are there any further questions for Executive Council offices? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 19. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Executive Council offices, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021 main estimates $4,466,000. Does committee agree? Okay, thank you. Moving on to Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs, pages 124 to 127. All right, and I had a member for Tabacha.
So I had a question with regards to the funding for, Madam Chair, I had a question for funding with regards to funding Northwest Territories Friendship Centers. And first of all, I want to ask the first question, I guess. I always thought friendship centers came under federal jurisdiction. This is just extra to that, or?
Member for Tabacha, Madam Premier. Oh, Mr. Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And historically, friendship centers have been supported by the federal government. That's correct. And I think what we saw in the previous years was a request from the N.W.T. Nunavut Association of Friendship Centers, recognizing that they were experiencing less funding from the federal government and still identified needs. So this item really reflects an effort from the N.W.T. to support them on a short-term basis to try and encourage them to find extra sources of funding by offering some time-limited matching funds, and at the same time offering a little bit of support for that association to have capacity within it to also look for resources. So it wasn't intended as ongoing funding to replace federal government funding. It was meant to support the association's own efforts to find new sources of ongoing funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $170,000 in grant funding to individual Northwest Territories Friendship Centers, could you give me the breakdown of the disbursements, please?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Madam Premier?
There's five. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have the list of all of the friendship centers with us right now. We can get it to committee. I believe there's 5, but we'll get it to the members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Tabacha?
Just further to that, I'm in favor of making sure that friendship centers are funded properly, Madam Chair, and I want to make sure that you know, it is really important, because I know federal funding is not enough, and friendship centers do a great job within the communities. They do a wide variety of programs that benefit a community, and some of them do soup kitchens, some of them do lunches for impoverished children, and there are so many other functions that they take care of that a lot of other organizations don't. So I just want to make sure that the funding is dispersed evenly, the $170,000, and I don't think it's enough, but anyways, that's another thing that we should have a look at and reconsider in the future, that we upgrade that a bit, so that because I know there's never enough when it comes to looking after friendship centers. So I just want to make that point. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll take that as a comment. I didn't hear a question, but I did hear that the lobbying of the member stating that we need to take care of the friendship centers. They do provide valuable services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this, I think, is the part of Executive and Indigenous Affairs where federal engagement is found. I'm just wondering, do we still retain a lobbyist firm in Ottawa? That was something that was done in the last assembly, and I just want to know if that's the case. We have some kind of retainer with some firm and what it's costing us. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. If members could speak up a little louder, it's hard to hear you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just trying to figure out what we were paying for it. We do still have a Director of Public Affairs, I believe is the position. A Deputy Secretary for Public Affairs. Madam Chair, I do want to say that when I first became the Premier of this government, I questioned and said, why do we have a person in Ottawa? We don't need a person in Ottawa. We need jobs in the North. I'm a huge advocate of jobs in the North. However, in this case, I have learned the vital necessity of having somebody in Ottawa. It's a one position. In fact, it might be going down to a part-time position now. It's that person is on the ground. They're working with the federal departments. They are getting me information that isn't in the news. I'm getting, like, it's invaluable, that position. They not only provide the services, what's up, what might be coming down the windpipe. If I give direction, they're in those departments. They're looking to lobby for us. They also have a space for us. Oftentimes, when we go to the federal government, we need to have office space. That space is open to all of my cabinet ministers. Other organizations have used it. It's a great place that represents the Northwest Territories, has a footprint there. I believe it was costing about $120,000 a year. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right?
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake. Thanks,
Madam Chair. Yeah, I think the Premier misunderstood my question. Maybe that's because I was speaking too quietly. So I'm asking if we have a federal lobbyist firm, a company that does a registered federal lobbyist in Ottawa. Do we still retain those services? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been corrected, and I take the members. So that would be the Global Affairs. What it's the organization called. That is where the $120,000 goes. They are not lobbyists, Madam Chair. They are actually there to give us a strategic advice. They've helped in other ways as well. I do know that they actually provided some communication support to myself as well, but they're actually to tell us what's happening and how we can get. So they help our lobbying efforts. They are not our lobbyists. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I'm sure they are registered as with on the federal lobbyist registry, but I don't want to continue this. We're still paying $120,000 to some folks in Ottawa. But I want to ask the minister, in the last government, the regular MLAs, we never got to meet ever with federal ministers when they came here for visits. And I don't think there's been a lot of visits so far, but there was N.W.T days in the past where a whole bunch of MLAs went to Ottawa and did lobbying. But would this minister look at this, the idea or the issue of regular MLAs actually getting to meet with federal ministers when they come here? We're not a party system, but sometimes it's important that we have an opportunity, or that they have an opportunity, to hear what other elected officials say beyond just the ministers themselves. So it's something I want to plant that seed with the Premier and get her to think about that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to think. I do believe that in the last Assembly, actually, I did bring down members with me, and I'm trying to think stateswoman, and pretty sure, maybe I can be corrected, but I'm pretty sure that regular member actually did meet, take part in meetings as well. So I'm not averse to it. However, I do need to say that when federal ministers come to the Northwest Territories, I wish it was on our agenda. It is not on our agenda, it's on their agenda. So oftentimes I've had trouble getting my own cabinet ministers into those meetings. Oftentimes I have trouble getting myself into those meetings as the Premier of the Northwest Territories. So I will carry those words forward. I'm sure the federal government is hearing. They tend to listen when their name is called. But again, I can't commit because it is not my planned trips. It is the federal government's planned trips. If we have a planned trip and we invite them and they come and then we set the agenda, then, Madam Chair, I would be more open to that because it would be our agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to plant the seed now because certainly maybe I wasn't cozy. Maybe I just didn't. I never got to meet a federal minister in the last Assembly. I'm strongly interested in a number of issues, but was never invited to meet with federal ministers. But and as an example, the leader of the Green Party, and I'm not a member of the Green Party, she came to Yellowknife. I got her in to speak to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment. That's the kind of doors that I think we should look at be opening for each other. And I don't want you to just work with the governing party. There's other parties. It's a minority government. It's really important that we're going to work with all the parties that are in Ottawa. So I want to move on, though, to a different topic, if I can, Madam Chair, and it's about the negotiations with Indigenous governments. I see from the Minister's opening remarks that $495,000 is being sunset, and that was money that was used to access third-party negotiation facilitation services to assist in finalization of self-government agreements. In the last Assembly, there was one initialing of a self-government agreement. That's the only progress that was made in the last Assembly. So were these services actually accessed? Were they used? And what was actually accomplished if we only had one agreement in principle in the last Assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier. Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a commitment in the last government, I believe, by the Premier. I've heard. I'm going off of members' words. Is that the Premier had committed to solving all the self-government agreements and the land claim agreements. Now, again, that's hearsay. So I think in the last Assembly, a push to try to accommodate that was that we did bring in a whole bunch of facilitators to do that. It wasn't proven to be as effective, Madam Chair, so this money is sunsetting off of it. But we're still not, sometimes facilitation is important. So, Madam Chair, right now I've met with one Indigenous government that is wanting to have a facilitator, an expert facilitator. It's in our priorities as well. We are committed to providing that internally at this point until we look at our priorities. So I'm not adverse to it, but I am also not willing to throw money out the window. If it's desired by the Indigenous governments, if it's close and it will provide success, then we should be open to looking at it. But we shouldn't be just throwing money out the window if there's no success. It's about measurable outcomes again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. It's about outcomes, and there really wasn't a lot from the last Assembly. So I'm just, in terms of negotiations, but I guess what I'm hearing now is that there are negotiations that are continuing, but people come to the table and they say, I don't have a new mandate. I'm still operating under the old mandate that was given in the last Assembly. So I don't know what's happening at the tables, but it doesn't sound like there's very much. When are our negotiators going to get new mandates, a different approach, more willingness to work together in implementing the existing agreements and finalizing the ones that are out there? So when are these new mandates going to come to the negotiators? And if we need new negotiators, are those changes going to be made as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have made a commitment in this government to look at the mandates and the negotiations, how we move forward to that. I think we've put it out there that that would be within a joint committee to do that work. I'm open to that as well. However, I do want to say that the negotiators, I think there's a misperception. Negotiations are still going on. They've been going on. So it's not that they have zero mandate, Madam Chair. It's that they have a mandate that says, for example, it might say you have, you can go into, so there's three categories: land, royalties, and money. And often Indigenous governments pick and choose amongst that. And so when they come and they say, if we say as Cabinet and say you will give this much land, and the negotiators have reached that, and then the Indigenous government says, but we want more of everything, then it has to come back through Cabinet. When we're talking money, nothing can be done at that level without coming through FMB, Financial Management Board. That is good practice. We're not just throwing money out and say, go ahead, spend millions, and if they ask for $50 billion, go ahead. There has to be some accountability, Madam Chair. So they already do have mandates to move forward in the negotiations. It's only if they exceed that, then they bring it forward. But we are willing to look at our mandate negotiations in that joint committee as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we presently have a federal engagement strategy?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we stated, we do have the position in Ottawa. That is what we're working on right at this moment. As soon as the mandate came out for the federal government and we finalized our mandate, that was our priority. We're doing that work right now. And it's not only having an engagement strategy, it's actually getting the work done. I am antsy, Madam Chair, every moment I sit here is a time that I'm kept away from lobbying for the needs of the North. We need to get the work done. We need to get into Ottawa. We need to express our needs, and we need to get their support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to hear all that, and I agree. And I actually support us hiring a federal lobbying firm. The reality is Ottawa is a completely different world and is an extremely complex world to navigate. And if we want our ministers getting time with federal ministers, you have to go through lobbyists. I wish we lived in a different world, but that's it. And I'm happy to have a position in Ottawa that's constantly working those hallways. That's how we get money from Ottawa. So I'm supportive of this. But I would like to see what our strategy is, how we're approaching different ministers. You know, all of us are busy. So would the minister commit to sharing the federal lobbying strategy with this appropriate standing committee on oversight and accountability?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm going to try to be politically correct. I will commit to sharing our federal engagement strategy with a standing committee, the appropriate standing committee, and receiving their feedback. I will not commit to waiting until I get their feedback before I'm down there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate that, and it's the same thing. I don't expect negotiating tables to stop because we're updating policies, and I don't expect federal engagement to stop because we want to put it in writing. I guess my other concern is that I think in past assemblies this has all fallen on the Premier and Executive and Indigenous Affairs, but the reality is we have to be making as much noise as we can in Ottawa. So would the Premier direct each of the departments to also come up with a federal engagement strategy? I know some of our departments, I've spoken to the Minister of ECE&E, have as much as 6 corresponding federal ministers, and you know, it can become very difficult to even try and meet with that many over the course of 4 years. So I would like to see kind of all systems go in all departments in this. Is the Premier willing to direct the ministers in each department to also come up with a federal engagement strategy?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will commit that the federal engagement strategy will have consistent messaging for all departments, all ministers. It would not be a good thing if I was going to Ottawa and say paint our sky blue and ministers were saying paint it red or paint it orange or paint it green. We all need to be on the same message carrying forward. I also want to expand that and say that we're working on a federal engagement strategy for our own government, but at the same time, and it might not be a strategy that I'm willing to share as much, because we're also talking to our Indigenous governments and having a strategy how we all move forward. So that might not be something that I'm willing to share at this time because it's something between the Indigenous governments and our government, but the engagement that we move forward is critical, and we commit to trying to carry as many common messages as possible when we approach the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and I look forward to continuing lobbying efforts. I myself have been reaching out to Indigenous governments, and I hope we can see things like N.W.T days get going again. I think there's been challenge over the years to why are we sending all these politicians to Ottawa? The reality is that those meetings result in more funding for our people. I'd like to switch gears here, and the N.W.T under this department has a 2012 respect, recognition, and responsibility policy. It's a great policy that commits our government to the inherent right of Indigenous people to self-govern. What I think's kind of happened is there's a disconnect between our policies, what we're saying, and what's actually happening at the table. Would the Premier, I don't know whether to call you the Premier or the Minister of Executive Indigenous Affairs, but Madam Chair, would the Premier commit to bringing forward our respect, recognition and responsibility policy to the Cabinet table and getting it out there that this government is committed to the inherent right of Indigenous people to self-govern?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Recognition. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I have no problem bringing forward the policy on respect, recognition, and responsibility to Cabinet to share with them. I will give direction to Cabinet to read that to the Department, to the Deputy Ministers as well, to read that. However, I want to qualify that will actually be reviewed as we begin the UNDRIP work as well. So that is not something that's off the table. That is, and it's not something that is written in stone at this time. It will be part of the process as we look at UNDRIP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Premier had mentioned just previously that she wanted to make sure she painted the sky the right color. Well, I want to see it green, money. And you know, the last few days we've been talking about co-investment dollars. There's a pot of money out there, and we seem to be having trouble getting hold of it. So I guess what I'd like to ask the Premier is that with our person in Ottawa, if that person could work on some of that, on that issue for us as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had to get clarification from my department to make sure that the co-investment fund is only when we speak about the housing. So my understanding is it is. That is a policy that will have to be defined within the Department of, or the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. However, once that's defined, all needs, including that, will be brought forward to the federal government. It is important that we keep reinstating our needs, reinstating how we are working better with Indigenous and community governments and the NGO sector as we move forward. So I think that in my first engagements with all federal ministers and our Prime Minister, they were totally ecstatic that this government is changing the way we're doing business, that we are actually looking at partnerships, and that is something that I will carry forward for the whole of my term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I hope that all that excitement turns into dollars for us so we can get some programs and help the people of the N.W.T. I just want to turn to the friendship centers, I guess, and NGOs. The Premier talked previously about, we need to make sure that the dollars that we're spending are providing a quality service and that there's accountability there. Well, I think we got to balance that as well with what we're requiring for accountability, because we don't want these NGOs to get bogged down in red tape. I think we have to make sure, to me I look at it and I think, well, if we got their financial statements at the end of the year and see kind of what they spend their money on, that would, in most instances, suffice. So, like for instance, Hay River, they have, I think that Friendship Center brings in maybe $130,000 from the feds for maintenance of the building, operations, and for one staff person. So that's $130,000 on it for about a 4,000 square foot building. Then they have another 5 staff, which is basically paid for by programs. So really, when you look at it, we're getting we got 6-7 jobs there, and then there's some part-time jobs there for very little money. So they're working with in tight budgets and delivering some fantastic programs for the community. And the other thing, I guess, the question I have is that, when we're talking about the N.W.T. Friendship Centers, I'm wondering, does N.W.T, and this goes for all the NGOs we're talking about that have N.W.T in front of them, are we talking N.W.T Friendship Centers or are we talking Yellowknife Friendship Centers? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are talking NWT-wide friendship centers. Yellowknife, didn't even think we had one, but we do have one, the Tree of Peace here, but we're talking right across the board. And when we talk about measurable outcomes, I'll expand on that as well. I am not okay with just giving even $100,000 to people and say, there you go, give me a financial statement. But I also think that measurable outcomes don't have to be a 50-page document. It can be as simple as you keep your door open from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and you provide services to the public. But there has to be something. I've heard stories where organizations take money and then they close their doors or they open when they want. That is not what we want to see. So it doesn't have to be, we are committed to breaking down our red tape. It doesn't have to be a 50-page document when we're talking about measurable outcomes. It can be very simple. But this is public money. And so there should be some qualifiers when we give money out the door. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Yes, thank you for that answer. And I agree, there's always got to be some accountability. I think just the degree of it and what our expectations are, because we can send the message at this level, but it's got to be, like the bureaucracy then takes it and sometimes it gets skewed. So I have no problem with the accountability part as long as we don't get carried away and we're taken away from the people, the end users at the end of the day. I just want to question or a comment, I guess, with respect to negotiations in the claims process. You know, people, the last election, I guess 2 elections ago, they voted for change. They got it and they weren't too happy. This year again, they voted for change. So I think that change has to, we know negotiations are ongoing. We know things are kind of slowly moving ahead, but people want to see something different. They want some fresh ideas. How can we speed this up, or can we even speed it up? Or is it just going to continually stay bogged down with respect to bureaucracy and indecision? So I think that, and I have hope that and belief that this government will find a way to make change and to work with Indigenous governments in a positive manner and to move ahead. Because if we don't, this territory is in trouble. So I guess looking back, it's a comment. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. I'll take that as a comment. Are there any further questions for Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 122. Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021, main estimates, $7,727,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to departmental summary on page 105. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Operations Expenditures, total department 2021 main estimates, $22,886,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs is completed? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses out from the chamber. Committee will take a 5-minute break.
Oh, committee, we'll call this meeting back to order. Order! All right, we will now consider the Legislative Assembly. Does the Speaker have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to present the 2020-2021 main estimates for the Legislative Assembly. The Legislative Assembly is seeking an operation expenditures appropriation of $22,720,000 for the 2020-21 fiscal year. This is an increase of $277,000 or a 1.23% increase in funding from the 2019-2020 main estimates. This budget represents the important work we will undertake during the upcoming fiscal year. The proposed funding will be used to advance strategic initiatives and address forced growth matters. These are additional staff resources for the statutory offices to meet increasing demands, additional funding for the Office of the Clerk for staff resources and communication initiatives, and to adjust members' compensation and allowances based on the Consumer Price Index. The Legislative Assembly remains committed to supporting the good work of our statutory offices. With new legislation coming into force and better public awareness, our statutory offices are experiencing increase and more complex caseloads. The Legislative Assembly is keenly aware of the importance of these offices and having the resources needed to meet these demands. Due to recent amendments to the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner will be required to take on additional responsibilities and oversight obligation. It will change from a body with recommendation-making powers only to an adjudicative role with authority to issue binding orders where the Act applies. The increase in compensation to the Office of the Information Privacy Commissioner reflects these increased responsibilities. The Ombudsman Act was passed during the 18th Assembly after more than 2 decades of calls by Northerners for the creation of a parliamentary Ombudsman office. On November 18, 2019, the N.W.T. office of the Ombudsman officially opened in Hay River. Setting up this office outside of Yellowknife sends a strong signal that this office is for the whole territory and further helps and promotes decentralization. The office consists of a team of 3, the Ombudsman, an intake officer, and an early resolution officer. Madam Chair, the Special Committee on Transition Matters in the 18th Assembly recommended that additional resources be provided to support the important work of our committees, specifically noting the need for an additional committee clerk, legislative research advisor, and communication support. The Office of the Clerk Operations Expenditures has been increased to account for these 3 new positions. In closing, I want to thank all members, my colleagues on the Board of Management, and the Assembly staff for their contributions and efforts in working towards these main estimates. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my opening remarks, and I look forward to answering any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Speaker wish to bring any witnesses into the House?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness in. Mr. Speaker, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today, we have Ms. Kim Witkins, Deputy Clerk of Members and Precinct Services. Also, my right-hand man, Mr. Tim Mercer, Clerk of the Legislative Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Legislative Assembly. If there are no further comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary. So we're going to begin on page 8, expenditures on behalf of members. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious why, comparing members' pension expenses from 2019-2020, why we actually appear to be spending less on our pensions.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll hand it over to Mr. Mercer.
Mr. Mercer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The pension contribution for members is actually divided into two segments. The members' pension expense is actually an accounting adjustment that is done to the pension plan every year. So it reflects basically the change in assets and liabilities on the balance sheet of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So that accounting adjustment has gone down. However, within the members' operating expenses, there is a segment of the cash contribution, the annual cash contribution to the pension plan, which is actually increased by $500,000. So they don't fully offset each other. The accounting adjustment is largely just a bookkeeping entry, but in fact, under the members' operating expenses, there's been an increase in the cash contribution this year by $500,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see here that the members' compensation and allowances is an increase based on the Consumer Price Index. Can I just get a sense on how that policy works, and does that happen year over year?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, every year it goes up by 2% roughly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm that that is as set out in the Legislative and Executive Council Act.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Yellowknife North.
No further questions.
Are there any further questions on expenditures on behalf of members? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I know that one of the recommendations from the Independent Commission to review members' benefits and compensation, I might not get all the name of it right, was to look at the issue of benefits for constituency assistants and to actually include that as a program that we would offer constituency assistance. Is this where I would find that, and can someone point me to the line item where that might show an increase? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. That falls under members' operating expenses.
Thank you, Mr.
the total amount is actually 67,000 for CA benefits, and that's through N.W.T. Thank you. Which comes out of the budget of your constituency budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. No, that's good to know. Yeah, thanks. I don't have any further questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Any further questions on expenditures on behalf of members? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 9. Legislative Assembly expenditures on behalf of members, operations expenditure summary 2021, 2021 main estimates $9,530,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Turning to Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, beginning on page 10. Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. There's some fairly significant changes here. I know that last year, 2019-20, of course, was an election year, so I'd expect to see a big increase in expenditures for the year, but then it's dropped down to $439,000 for 2020-2021, which is lower than the actuals for 2018-19. Can I get an explanation as to what's happening here? Thanks, Madam Chair. And then I flip the page, I see that there was 3 full-time staff last year, and now there's no staff. What's happening here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. As most of the contracts expire the end of March due to our post-election year, so a lot of the contracts are until a few months after the election or the following year. But we will have on staff a deputy returning officer on staff and a part-time position as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I know that the bulk of the workload happens during an election year, but we also made some changes to the Elections Act in the last Assembly to better define the role of the Chief Electoral Officer and give them a bit more of a mandate in terms of public education and promotion and so on. And I'm just a bit surprised to see that we're not budgeting for anybody in the office as a starting April 1st. Or what is the $439,000 for? Are we going to have some kind of contract to have somebody serve in that capacity? Or just trying to understand what's happening here, Madam Chair. It's just coming as a bit of a surprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Great question. Actually, we will still have on staff our Chief Electoral Officer, the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, and also a part-time position, because, leading up to the next election, you'll see all these positions put out again and fully staffed. But with the positions that we will have on staff, that'll conclude the post-election work that's required, and so we'll have actually three staff on following, well, 2.5 actually. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to prolong this, but as Chair of Rules and Procedures, I know that the report from the last election is due very soon, and it has to come before Rules and Procedures, and that's usually presented by the Chief Electoral Officer. We have a public hearing, we seek input and so on, and if that position is not staffed, I just want to make sure that we're going to be able to continue to do that work. So I guess I understand that there will be a contract put in place, but should we be expecting then a supplemental appropriation partway through the year to properly staff up this office, given that the contracts are ending and so on? Is that what we should expect to see moving forward? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. No, there'll be no further funding requested. The Chief Electoral Officer position will still be staffed. It's just the extra staff that was needed during the election period. So we'll have the Chief Electoral Officer, the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer position, and a part-time position as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm just trying to reconcile the figure for 2018-19, the actual 754, and then for 2020-2021, it's 439. Were there some pre-election costs or expenditures then back in 2018-19 that we start to see a ramping up of the, and maybe I'm just trying to understand the cycle here and it's off sheet. Is that what happened? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, because this was leading up to the previous election, there was a lot of training as well that the Chief Electoral Officer put forward, to, especially in the communities with returning officers, and so that had a lot to do with it, and plus bringing on staff, as I mentioned, that took a lot of it. The changes that were being proposed is what the Chief Electoral Officer is consistent with what she requested. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess why I'm asking these questions is, as I said earlier, I'm using my lens as the Chair of Rules and Procedures, and I just want to make sure that this function, that we're given the right amount of resources to carry out this function, and I guess I'm just going to have to watch this moving forward. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker?
Take it as a comment, but like as I mentioned, it's fully consistent with what the Chief Electoral Officer has requested, and we're always, as I mentioned in my opening statements, we're always trying to work closely with the independent commissioners and continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any further questions to Office of the Chief Electoral Officer? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the years, I think there's been some discussion with kind of expanding the role of the Chief Electoral Officer to also include municipal elections. I know there's a number of different ways that local authorities run their own elections. But I think what we kind of see is that the Chief Electoral Officer gets really busy when there's an election, obviously, and when there's an Electoral Boundaries Commission, and then we see these fluctuations in the budget. I guess my question to the Speaker, is there any desire or current conversations happening about expanding local authorities' elections under the parameters of the Chief Electoral Officer?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. That's something that was recommended, and I believe MACA is working on that at the moment. And, maybe we'll get a briefing note on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you. I look forward to, however this works, the Speaker working with the Chief Electoral Officer and MACA to provide the appropriate standing committee an update on how that is working. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. I'll take that as a comment. Right. Was it a comment or I didn't hear a question in there? Okay. All right. So are there any further questions to Office of the Chief Electoral Officer? So no further questions. Turn to page 11. Legislative Assembly, Chief of the Chief Electoral Officer, Operations and Expenditures Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $439,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We'll move on to the Office of the Clerk. Where am I? Beginning on page 6. Where are we? 13, sorry. Questions? If there are no further questions, please turn to page 14. Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020 to 2021 main estimates, $8,650,000. Does committee agree? All right, thank you. Office of the Speaker. And that is on page 17 to 19. Questions? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 18. Legislative Assembly, Office of the Speaker, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $507,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Statutory offices, beginning on page 20 to, where are we? 24. Questions? Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I note that the Human Rights Adjudication Panel amount has gone up over last year and the year before. Can the Speaker say why that is? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Mr. Speaker?
Due to increased workload, we've increased the Human Rights Adjudication Panel from a part-time position to a full-time position.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. My next question has to do with the Information and Privacy Commissioner. I note in the Speaker's opening remarks he talked about a greater workload. Is this funding for just one position, or what exactly in terms of staffing does it cover? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. It's adding one position to a full-time position and also a investigator, which the Information Privacy Commissioner felt that they needed in order to try to make, instead of things going to litigation, to try to resolve them, as I do believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. My final question has to do with the Languages Commissioner. It's my understanding that this position has been vacant for some time, so can the Speaker tell us what the spending in this fiscal year is for? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The position isn't vacant at the moment. We still have a Languages Commissioner, but the increases were due to the plans that were in place, because we did put it out to competition and someone was selected, and we budgeted have the office moved to Delaney, but since everything was planned here, and also moving that position to a full-time, we because the person declined on the position, we the board decided to re-advertise because we made those changes to make it a full-time position and have the option to relocate to a different community throughout the Northwest Territories. So the board felt it's only fair to put it out to competition once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any further questions? Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had one quick question. It's regarding the OBED. Just looking at page 23, it says there's 2 full-time positions in the South Slave. And just reading through earlier, my understanding there was 3 positions in the OBED office. Whoever was that, could that have been a typo or did I miss something? Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowdale. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Including the Ombud, there's 3 positions, but we have the Ombud plus 2 staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale? No further questions? Okay. Are there any further questions on statutory offices? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 21. Legislative Assembly Statutory Offices Operations Expenditure Summary 2020 to 2021 main estimates $303,594,000. Does committee agree? All right, so Legislative Assemblies, now we'll return to the departmental summary on page 5. Okay, so Legislative Assembly 2020-2021 main estimates, $22,720,000. Does committee agree? Does the committee agree that consideration of the Legislative Assembly is complete? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses out. Okay.
Actually, I was expecting more questions.
What is the wish of the committee, Mr. Norn?
Vice Chair, Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
All right, the motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report of Committee of the Whole, please. Member for Nuvik Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 30-19-2, main estimates 2020 and 2021, and table document 4319, brackets 2, supplementary expenditures, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2020-21. And I would like to report progress, and Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife Centre. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Thursday, March 5th, 2020, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, notices of motions for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration and committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Table document 30-19-2, table document 43-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, March 5th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.